Hey everyone, I'm Nick, and welcome to the Omniverse of Nick, and part 1 to What If Frieza Turned Good, the next Dragon Ball story, and final pre-made 3-year-old Google Photos saved, that's a lot to take in, project that I have, and after that, all Dragon Ball projects will be brand new. New made, not have to be zoomed in, all that fun stuff. This is the final one that is over 3 years old that I have yet to put here until now, touching upon Dragon Ball's most infamous villain and tyrant, and if he turned good. So before we get into today's episode, be sure to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick, and further acknowledge and support the future of the Omniverse by checking out the Discord, Patreon, and Google Doc on the homepage /bio, and commenting future requests and what ifs for this year, and expectations and so on. With all that said, let's get started. Now, as I said, we are touching upon what if Frieza turned good. Now, for those not familiar, Frieza is Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball, all of Dragon Ball media is the most infamous, not only villain, but tyrant in all of Dragon Ball media and games and whatever the frick else you want to say. And no one would ever expect that this guy would ever turn good. But when we get to the Tournament of Power, we finally see a shift in Frieza's character. The very Saiyan that he strove to stop from even becoming the legendary Super Saiyan, he ended up teaming up with and winning the Tournament of Power, teaming up with his worst enemy. And then in the Broly movie, he didn't care about immortality anymore and barely got his hands dirty at all, besides absolutely having to fight against Broly. I say fight, but it was more like a cakewalk for Broly. The point is, we have finally begun to see a shift. Maybe not so much in the manga, but even that has shown Frieza's beginning to get carefree. Now, this could just be part of Frieza's character, but to me, it seems like maybe a path to redemption, or at the very least, an anti-villain. And if you guys are not familiar, people like Moscow X, Salad Saiyan, Smug Stick, and all other kinds of what if YouTubers have touched upon the prospect, some very much so than others, of what if this tyrant either turned good, replaced Goku, or if he was reincarnated to be a good person. So today, we're going to get into the first part of my interpretation. And it's not going to be the prospect, storyline, and way you might think it's going to go. Let's begin. We open up. Goku is just about to tell Frieza to get down after knocking him down right whenever his attack's about to slice him. So Super Saiyan Goku yells to Frieza to get down. But this time, instead of seeing the disc come at him too late, the disc is a little bit farther away from Frieza. So he turns around just in time to see the disc and just in time to teleport out of the way of the attack. And he doesn't get chopped in bits. Now, Frieza, he cannot believe what he is just seeing. This Super Saiyan not only has been his greatest foe and has put him on the back burner this whole time and became the legend, but he wanted to stop fighting him, and then Frieza came up with the trump card, and then he just saved his life Frieza doesn't get this at all. And on one side, this should be Frieza seeing that this Saiyan is outright mocking him. But no, Frieza feels something else. He feels gratitude? Frieza doesn't understand why this Saiyan, who he killed his best friend and is a mass genocide maker, and yet this Saiyan just, even out of pure rage, just saved his life. And he doesn't know what to think, and he even questions Goku on this. But Goku says that it doesn't matter. He knows that Frieza's no longer a match for him. That's why he had to resort to childish tricks, especially stealing him from the best friend that he killed, which is just a disgrace. But he's never going to be one to want to see anyone killed, even if they're the rottenest person in the universe. And as much as Frieza should stay here to accept the destruction of this planet, he tells Frieza to just get away from him, and that he's getting off this planet whether Frieza likes it or not. And he would have rather left the planet than let Frieza be done in by his own attack. And Frieza is just completely thrown off. Again, all of him wants to think that this Saiyan is just mocking him, and to a degree he kind of is. But Frieza's sense of this new feeling of his, this gratitude, he can't explain it. It's very weird for Frieza to feel this. And he tells Goku to stop. But Goku's just getting angry at this point and says that he's not interested in anything else Frieza wants. But Frieza says Goku's right. He is no match for him. And he can't explain it, but he's honestly sort of glad that Goku saved his life, but even he is having trouble accepting the fact that from a Saiyan from the race that he subjugated and killed, that a Saiyan whose best friend he murdered saved his life. And he's kind of holding this at Goku right now and says that he's done fighting him. And as a token of saving his life, the least Goku could let him do is show him to his ship so that way he can get off the planet. Because there's no guarantees he's going to find his ship. Goku just stares at Frieza, long and hard, wondering if Frieza's telling the truth. But honestly, for someone like him to finally be seeing this or experiencing gratitude, Goku can understand why Frieza's probably having trouble feeling this kind of emotion. So, even though he's very, very on his guard, especially after Frieza threw a disc at him and almost chopped his head off multiple times, he takes it with a grain of salt, but allows Frieza to lead the way to his ship and properly help him with the controls, because, Goku couldn't do it before. And with time to spare, they get to the ship. And at this point, Frieza could betray him. Frieza's thinking about just betraying the Saiyan and then just blowing him up with the ship and then just leaving the planet. But again, that feeling is just holding him from doing anything else. He also knows that he's beginning to understand that with this new feeling, that he really isn't a match for him. So even though he wants to betray Goku, what he tells himself is, let me show off how to properly run the ship, even if it's damaged, and that a Frieza Force ship cannot be destroyed this easily. And then, once the Saiyan finds himself comfortable out in space or on a new world, then I'll betray him. Something like that. So, Frieza gets the ship to work with time to spare, and the planet hasn't yet blown up. So, the course, I feel, would still be set for Yardrat. Even if it's not a Ginyu ship, I feel that closest planet nearby, something like that, would be for Yardrat. We can only infer that this would be a logical place to go. And it's the best course of action for the story, as you will later see. Once they get there, the Yardrats are completely and utterly scared because it's Frieza's freaking ship. And then Goku and Frieza get out of the ship, and the Yardrats are even more thrown off because it's a random guy who they think is a Saiyan that is with Frieza and is possibly here to take over the planet. But I'm going to take what I've taken out of the Tarble story and the manga and say that there's more to the Yardrats here than meets the eye. With Master Pubara, and he greets the two, and once hearing their story, he's more than happy to train Goku, but you can understand why the Yardrats would have almost complete and utter, not so much rejection, but suspicion towards Frieza. Even Frieza himself is not a good guy yet. He's just overcome with, the feeling of the fact that he was just saved. Even though, when Vegeta was saved, he felt it as a weakness. But for someone like Frieza, I feel that it would be a far different emotion. So, Goku begins the Yardrat training and picks up instant transmission. But the whole meditation and all that stuff we know that he wasn't into before, he just learns instant transmission and is getting ready to get back into the field of Super Saiyan and understand more about what it brings. But then he looks over to Frieza, who's just all on his own. And he goes over and talks to him and says, "Do you want to train with me?" Frieza's utterly surprised at this. The Yardratians rejected him. Goku rejected him even though Frieza felt gratitude. And now they're here. They haven't talked at all. And now Goku wants him to train? Frieza's just been on his own contemplating still of whether or not he should just blow up the planet with the Saiyan on it, especially with his father out there. But Goku says that as much as he should be infuriated by Frieza, if Frieza seriously was, going to take him down, he would have done so on the ship. So Goku feels that he might have finally gotten through to Frieza, and that he's really not going to do anything. And that's not Goku mocking him. That's Goku being genuine. Like, he wants to train with Frieza because he feels he can finally trust Frieza. And maybe he can, maybe get a higher grade of power or form and help him with Super Saiyan and stuff like that. Since they know each other so well, at least for the time that they were fighting, which was quite a freaking amount of time. But Frieza just holds his hand out and says, "No, I'm not going to learn any silly Yardratian tricks," because he then states that his own evolution is far more than he needs to exceed him through a whole lifetime and beyond. And he's never trained a day in his life. There was never a need. But with Goku around, he's beginning to think that maybe he'll start picking up a few things. But before he says anything about what he wants to mean by that, he explains to Goku his makeup, what makes him who he is, and how his final form and everything was his main form. This right here is his base form. All his other forms, which he would then go on to explain, were his restricted first, second, and third forms, were the forms he used to fight against Goku's friends. And then he, everything that's led up to this point. And the 100% was improvised through his base and final form. And he then states that he's not alone. He has a brother and more family. He has a brother named Cooler, who has a higher form than him, a fifth form. But he once held the edge over his brother. But now with that form, he's gone off to a separate whole corner of the universe, and they might never see him, even if King Cold wanted to get him involved. And that brings Frieza to his father, King Cold, who has only been seen in his second form, but is still quite the threat after he passed the Empire on to Frieza. And Goku takes all this in and realizes, hey, Frieza's being genuine, telling about the backstory, and wants to stick to his own evolution, and that's fine. So Goku just practices with Super Saiyan, and I feel maybe Frieza would join in fighting with him, except I feel under the Yardratian's influence and the fact that Goku's right, because if he wanted to kill him, he would have done so by now. Frieza goes to 100% and they get to learn more about each other and actually train, but it's still sort of brutal because the two are getting used to not being on, like, killing each other and fighting the absolute death on a dying planet. And before you say anything, Frieza training with Goku, does this mean that we get Golden Frieza? No. And I actually did this in my Vegeta Super Saiyan video. Which, don't worry, this is about Frieza, so we will be getting Golden Frieza. As a matter of fact, you'll be seeing him far earlier than in canon, but not right now. What you will be seeing is a perfected 100%, where Frieza can actually minimize the effects of 100%, like he talked about in the Tournament of Power, except way sooner. And he can actually use the form and it be dominant within his assets. Meanwhile, we all probably forgot about one key thing. Namek didn't explode yet, but it does. Sometime after Frieza and Goku escape the planet and almost land on Yardrat, maybe just landing on Yardrat, Namek does explode. And soon enough, an elite soldier informs someone that Namek has exploded and there's no signs of any life, not even Frieza. And a ship makes itself known in the atmosphere. King Cold has made his presence known and smiles because he knows that his son is not dead. And soon enough, everyone on King Cold's ship report a life signal somewhere far away. It's Frieza and the Saiyan. They're on the same planet, and King Cold only infers that the battle must have taken them off the planet before it blew up, or one of them escaped before the planet blew up and the other followed. Or if anything, the fight just happened to go there through space or something. But King Cold doesn't place too much hope on the Saiyan. After all, Frieza's his son. So, they set a course for Yardrat. And with that, and King Cold's army heading to Yardrat, Goku has ultimately gotten a bit of a better handle on Super Saiyan with Frieza around. He hasn't gotten major into the grades. I still feel that it would barely go through to grade 2, but he is close to that. And as for Frieza, he's completely maximized his 100% form. And I feel that maybe the Yardratians would actually give him some armor, or maybe he would have the power to fashion his own. Something like that. Like I said, he's still not learning any Yardrat techniques, but, it'd be cool to see him in armor. But they don't get to celebrate their new accomplishments or even new bond of rivalry because King Cold's ship enters. Will Frieza and Goku be able to stop King Cold and his army? Does King Cold actually have more power that even we do not know of from other sources that will be explored here? What about Cooler? Will he ever show up? And since all of this is different, how will Future Trunks, the androids, and Vegeta, and all that other stuff on Earth go with ultimately no Mecha Frieza and a different venture for the king of the Frost Tyrants. I'll see you guys in part 2. Hey guys, Nick here, and welcome to the Omniverse of Nick and part 2 to What If Frieza Turned Good. Now, before we get into today's part, be sure to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick, and further acknowledge and support the future of the Omniverse by checking out the Patreon, Discord, and Google Doc on the homepage /bio, and in the comment section, request future what ifs and expectations for this year. With all that said, let's begin today's part. Now, last we left off, a spaceship, King Cold's spaceship, approached planet Yardred, and Frieza is like, oh crap, I know who this is, and why he's probably here. And Goku says that even if it's his dad or his brother or whoever he was talking about, Goku's more than confident that with their training and better understanding of each other and Frieza's newfound, processing of emotions and stuff like that, they should have no trouble taking care of Frieza's father, whoever these soldiers or people are. So the ship lands, and out steps King Cold, smiling. But that smile quickly fades along with his men, who are quickly destroyed, by the way, when he sees what is going on here. And it makes him angry. His son is with the Saiyan. They're not fighting, they're not doing anything. It seems like they're training together? And these Yardratians are with them? Are you serious? And the two face each other for the first time in a long time. Since Frieza really, ever since the destruction of planet Vegeta and the entrance of planet Namek, for the first time in a long time, the two face each other. And King Cold wants an explanation. Why was the planet destroyed? What happened to the Dragon Balls? All of Frieza's men? Why is the Saiyan not dead? What's going on here? And King Cold just wants an explanation. And why his son is seemingly teaming with the enemy. And what has happened to him? No son of his would ever do this. But Frieza just raises his arms up in his casual, mocking status and says, Father, there's a lot that you don't know about me. You might not want to believe it or not, but the Saiyan, unlike any kind of emotion that my empire or you showed, actually saved me, far from what I did to the Saiyan race and all of what I have done, as well as yourself and my army. This Saiyan took pity on me, which other Saiyans or myself would have originally thought a weakness. But it seems we understand more about each other than you or the army ever understood me. So, while not being coerced to being friends with this Saiyan, I do have an understanding for what makes him tick, as well as him to me. So, the army as well as yourself hold no interest for me anymore. And I feel like this is a really good speech for Frieza, because I might not have touched upon it in the first part, but I just realized this would be perfect for Frieza and his emotions boiling in and laying into his father. And it would be perfect. But King Cold doesn't react out of anger this time, or surprise. Instead, he smiles and says whether or not they defeat him or anything like that, which he knows is not going to happen. As a matter of fact, Frieza's gonna get the punishment of his life for defying his father and the Frieza Force. And the Saiyan, he's gonna show Frieza how to properly exterminate the Saiyans. But that's not why he's smiling. He tells Frieza that seems like he thought of almost everything, even though no son of his again would ever do this. Unfortunately, Frieza skipped one small detail. His brother is still out in space. And he sent rogues of stellar regions and very backwater world Frieza Force members to find Cooler and inform him the moment King Cold passes, if that happens to occur, as a backup plan. So, on a distant planet, Cooler and Armored Squadron are just conquering backwater worlds on the other end of the universe, the galaxy, until they're contacted by a stellar region in case King Cold dies. So basically, King Cold formulated himself a backup plan. And this is a perfect way to canonize Cooler. Frieza's shocked at this, and that his father would even bother talking to Cooler after all these years, and to think that he's that worried that he might lose. But now he sees that King Cold has no intention of losing. He's just giving them an extra thing to worry about before he exterminates them. And now that Frieza knows that, he's worried about what his father's going to do. But Goku is not worried and gets into a fighting stance and says that Frieza is not on your side anymore, and neither am I. Never was. And if he is really evil because of you, I will defeat you and make your pain more worse than the pain I gave your son. And even that I didn't want to have to do, even after he killed hundreds of millions of people, including my best friend. He doesn't mention the Dragon Balls again on Earth, even though Frieza knows about it, but King Cold doesn't know about it, and says he's going to stop him with Frieza right here. King Cold is now beginning to get angry, because now it's not just his son defying him, it's a Saiyan standing up directly to him. And King Cold doesn't know yet. Remember, he didn't see a Super Saiyan until Trunks. So he is just getting mad. Because, like he said, and he says this right here, he's going to show his son how to properly exterminate a Saiyan. And how to properly give a son a punishment. And within just a few split seconds, he transforms into his third form. Yes, I'm canonizing the manga and different interpretations of King Cold's forms, because honestly, King Cold sucked in the Dragon Ball anime. So, we gotta give him something. This is a Frieza story, and is part of Frieza's family. So of course King Cold and Cooler are gonna get time to shine. Wouldn't be a proper Frieza or Frost Tyrant story without them. So he transforms into his third form without even hesitating, within just a few seconds. And with this, he begins to fight Goku and Frieza, who power up. And the fight is actually pretty even, only for a little bit, until King Cold starts to pick up against Goku and Frieza and showcase his third form is monstrous. And it's close to the level of Super Saiyan Goku and Trunks during the Android Saga, which was also foretold in Dragon Ball Multiverse. So I'm going to go off that and just basic interpretation of how that would go if King Cold actually transformed, which Geekdom and others have tried to pinpoint as well. Soon as this happens and King Cold starts to take the edge and actually go all out in his third form, Goku transforms into a Super Saiyan, and Frieza, with his maximized and complete 100% power, because like the Super Saiyan Vegeta story, he's actually learned how to properly control it. Remember that. Now, not using their full power yet. They transform into their full power states, but they're not in full power in them. And this actually puts the battle well in their favor. Until Frieza remembers something. Oh, he has another form. And King Cold demonstrates this by transforming into his fourth form. And yeah, this becomes a problem very, very, very quickly. So much so that Goku transforms into his full power of his Super Saiyan form. And, fun fact, he actually is right near the edge of grade 2. Right on the cusp of it. And Frieza transforms into his full power, maximized 100%. That's a little bit much to say, but I bet you guys can pretty much, you get it, right? Full power of his max power. You get it? So, like, basically overboard. And this actually does give King Cold a challenge, but it's not enough to outright, like, cripple him, like the third form and his base second form. Even though he was probably in a first form whenever he, like, first was created, but we only ever saw him in his second form, So, anyway, point is, he's not going, like, he's not getting crippled like he would if he was still in his second or third form. But to ensure that he doesn't get that way, since it's actually posing kind of a problem, and his son and this Saiyan, who is a Super Saiyan, by the way, that's a surprise enough, he knows he has to finish this battle, like, right now. And he transforms into his 100%. And remember, King Cold's been retired, so these forms are rusty, and that's another reason why he's not getting crippled, but he's also not, like, he has no more edge over them than they do over him. But King Cold still has a very good edge because his second form was still strong enough to par with Frieza's 50%. So, it still means that while these forms are rusty, all of King Cold is rusty. It still means he's a very huge threat. And his 100% right now in his fourth form are actually, like, semi-perfect Cell tier, like, into that. We can only infer that is very, very close to at least, like, that tier of power. And so much so that Goku and Frieza at this point, once King Cold transforms into 100%, are, like, they go beyond their full powers. Goku powers everything he can into a full power Super Saiyan angry Kamehameha, and this actually gives him a brief look, and us a brief look, into Super Saiyan Grade 2. And when he shoots it, it's like a power into the move, and Grade 2 helps empower it more. And then Frieza uses the big burst of energy, you must die by my hand, that signature technique, or Last Emperor if you play the games. And this is his 100% max power maximized. That whole thing. Try saying all that. And with these two techniques, King Cold is actually pushed back, but then he powers up even further. Don't worry, he's not going to transform. I'm not going to go full Dragon Ball multiverse, because that would be kind of ridiculous. I'm going to at least give him 100%. But if I gave him his 5th or 6th form, literally King Cold wins this. And I don't want to canonize too much of King Cold, especially from Dragon Ball Multiverse. I'm just giving him, the Frieza treatment, but not, like, overly, like, Frieza and family. You guys get what I'm saying. He holds it back and actually has to power in so much of his energy that it not only goes overboard, but it's very close to severely hurting him just holding these two techniques back. But he is able to do it. But Super Saiyan Goku and Frieza then go even more overboard, and this is a yellow and pink explosion of bursting energy waves. So this would be a really cool color and mix of, moves. And Goku and Frieza teaming up in the Tournament of Power was one thing, but teaming up this early, only, like, not even a month after they fought, This would be amazing and very peculiar to see. But then again, seeing like Goku and Piccolo and stuff team up, that was one thing. And then Goku and Vegeta. But this is probably the most awesome and yet weirdest tag team that I bet the whole Dragon Ball fandom never thought we'd see. But seeing it in this story so much earlier than in canon, it's insane. And with this, King Cold shows he's still able to hold the blast back, but now it's actually severely hurting him, so he actually has to divert all the power he's been using to hold this technique in to actually deflect it back. And this almost consumes all of his energy, and he actually has to go out of 100% right when he deflects it to not literally break his body. But this gives Goku and Frieza the perfect opening right after he deflects it to rush him. But little do both of them know, they have gotten out of their 100% and Super Saiyan forms. Number one, because they used way overboard their max powers of energy, and the fact that Goku learned Grade 2 without even understanding it. And even though, yes, both of them are stronger than in canon, obviously, that doesn't give the excuse that they've literally had to go beyond and even beyond to just fight King Cold. So we can definitely infer, just like the tournament, that they don't even realize that they're out of energy, you know? But they still rush him at the perfect opportunity after he deflects this amazing level of energy. But King Cold shows that he's still stronger than the pair of them. And he proves this by knocking Goku down with a flurry of blasts and punches and kicks. So now Goku's crippled on the ground, and Frieza is tortured something awful and given the worst punishment, because the Saiyan is one thing. He'll deal with that Saiyan because he knows the Saiyan's too crippled now to move. But his son, he gets the punishment first for allowing the Saiyan to live and for betraying his race. And King Cold looks down at his son, disgraced, disappointed that his son not only dishonored his clan, but let the Saiyan live. And just because he proved a challenge and he saved him, now he's going to show his son how to properly exterminate someone by watching himself and the Saiyan die at the same time. And he prepares to finish both of them off with the same attack, but just then, a blue energy ball surfaces from atop the Yardratian sky, and King Cold has to jump out of the way, or he would whack it with his tail. That'd be cool to see. And who is this? It's Vegeta. Because, remember, Vegeta's resurrected, and he went off in space to go look for Goku. And yes, I know what you all are thinking. If Goku and Frieza are on Yardrat, then why didn't Goku get brought back to Yardrat, and would he still even be on Yardrat with Frieza and all this other stuff? Why would Vegeta be still going out looking for him? Well, I feel that he would, because I feel that Goku might have still refused. We don't know how that conversation exactly played out. Because remember, when the Cell Saga ended, Goku wanted to stay dead. And whenever Goku was asked to be brought to Earth before Mecha Frieza, Purunga told us that he wanted to stay behind and come back on his own. But we never actually saw that interaction, like at the end of the Cell Saga. So we can only infer that without Frieza being known to the people on Earth, Goku would keep it a secret and want to stay training. And this would probably be while he was on his own before he asked Frieza to train with him. So when you really think about it, it's not that far-fetched, and I bet you guys are thinking, King Kai would have saw all of this. And wouldn't he have told the Z-Fighters? And yeah, I definitely think that he would. But for any Z-Fighter like Piccolo and the Earthlings on King Kai's world, or Gohan, especially Vegeta, to believe Frieza was good, I think that King Kai would hold this information just because no one would believe, and they would all instantly want to go and kill Frieza And King Kai was actually interested the minute that Frieza actually started helping Goku, even though he thought that Frieza was going to betray him, which was Frieza's initial plan. So in closing, everything worked out in canon the way it was supposed to, with King Kai hiding stuff and Goku hiding stuff. So when you really think about it, until Vegeta landed here, and since King Cold and Mecha Frieza never went to Earth, because Frieza's still in his organic body, and King Cold's on this planet, and now Vegeta's here, everything worked up the way it was supposed to until just right now. So I think we have all the questions out of the way. Anyway, Vegeta's here, and Goku can't believe it. Vegeta? He didn't think anyone knew about him or what he was doing or anything like that. But Vegeta smirks. He knows what the dragon told the Earthlings and everything about how Kakarot didn't want to come back. But Vegeta wasn't going to accept that. He wants to be the next Super Saiyan. And says that now that he's found Kakarot and sensed his high power level, along with two others, he guessed that Frieza was either, fully dead and that this was just his father or something else. He would come here and either help Kakarot so he could get him to teach him about a Super Saiyan, or fight Kakarot personally because of the same reason. But then Frieza makes his presence known in front of Vegeta, who is still crippled, by the way, because King Cold gave him a worse thrashing than Goku. And once Vegeta sees Frieza pretty much by Goku, and then he sees King Cold looking directly at all three of them, Vegeta puts two and two together and cannot believe it. Frieza's still alive, and his father's there. Kakarot's next to Frieza. The planet's blown up, but they're here. And Vegeta just stops thinking and immediately powers up an attack ready to kill Frieza, not caring about King Cold. But Goku yells at Vegeta, saying that he's not like that anymore. That guy right there that's staring at all of them, that's his father. They're fighting him. Frieza's not like that anymore. But Vegeta is having none of it and says, "What are you thinking, Kakarot? Of course he is like that. Do you not know what he did? Your Super Saiyan, my death, the resurrections, all of what has happened, the dying planet Namek, all this to team up with Frieza, and that Vegeta doesn't understand anything, and he's half tempted just to blow up this whole planet right now. He's actually getting very angry. But this huge distraction allows King Cold to gain some of his energy back, to transform back into 100% and make his presence fully known to Vegeta, and remind Frieza and Goku they're not done with him yet, and he's tired of all this bantering. And now that Vegeta's come here, he's going to join them in death. And I bet you're wondering where all the Yardratians are. Once again, manga stuff, they're all hiding. Goku powers everything he can. But the highest he can go is Kaioken times 10, maybe 20. I'm going to say 20 for nice. And Frieza powers back into his 100%. Although, it's kind of like the 100% for Namek. So think of him as like basically his inexperienced self. Like, slowly losing energy because he's had a worse thrashing. 100% is not going to be as sustainable now. So yeah, it's not really a good idea. And Vegeta, seeing this, seeing Frieza, seeing Kakarot, all of this, he's not accepting all of this and is getting angrier and angrier and angrier. So much so, he starts to power up and lightning sparks. And Frieza's seen this before and just smiles, thinking Vegeta might be help, but there's no way that his small power is going to help us. And honestly, Vegeta helping them something that Frieza is uncomfortable with, and Frieza's having to process this too. And Goku's wondering what Vegeta's doing as well. But this isn't the same power-up that Vegeta used against Frieza in that fight. This is something different. Something much higher. Flashes come before Vegeta. Flashes of Frieza's destruction of planet Vegeta. All of the Saiyans. His father. Goku's father. His home world. The subjugation of himself, Nappa, and Raditz. Their deaths. Vegeta's disgraceful performance on Earth. And then his death against Frieza. And now, Kakarot, who he entrusted to kill Frieza, who he saw as the Super Saiyan before he was warped to Earth, entrusted to kill Frieza, or better yet, both of them kill each other. And when he heard that Kakarot was alive, he expected Frieza to be dead, but now, they're friends fighting against Frieza's father, but it's not Frieza's father that they're teaming against that gets him. That's not what's making him angry. He doesn't care about that. What he cares about is the fact that Kakarot's teaming with Vegeta's old boss and his worst enemy. After everything Vegeta cried and brought to Kakarot's attention, he disgraces the Saiyan race by doing this, and it all boils together. And a flash. Vegeta roars in an amazing burst of anger, pride, and rage. And then it happens. He transforms into the legendary Super Saiyan. That's right, we're getting Super Saiyan Vegeta early. And no, this isn't going to be like a, Vegeta Revenge or Super Saiyan Vegeta or the Immortal Vegeta story. No, it's just because all of what is happening right now was just so much for Vegeta to take in. How can I not transform him? But Vegeta knows that if he wants to kill Frieza or make Kakarot pay, they have to deal with one threat. So Vegeta angrily looks at Frieza and tells him and Kakarot not to get in his way. He will help them one time. And he looks very angry and very annoyed when he says the word help, especially glaring at Frieza. But all of them agree together. They have one enemy, and it's looking right at them. Frieza's father. Goku at the highest Kaioken he can muster. Frieza at his 100% all he can muster. And Vegeta. And an earlier, 3-year earlier, Super Saiyan transformation against King Cold, maximizing between his 4th and 100% forms. Will the three be able to stop King Cold? What about Trunks? And if King Cold succeeds, was the transformations and all of this even worth it? And if all of this goes their way, will Vegeta kill Frieza and maybe even Goku? Where will this story, with so many action-packed scenes, go from here? And what about Cooler if King Cold dies? Find out in the next episode of What If Frieza Turned Good. Hey guys, Nick here, and welcome to the Omniverse of Nick, and part 3 to What If Frieza Turned Good. Now before we get into today's part, be sure to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick, and further acknowledge and support the future of the Omniverse by checking out the Discord, Patreon, and Google Doc on the home page/bio, and commenting future requests and what ifs in the comments section. With all that said, let's begin today's part. We ended off with Vegeta stepping into, ironically and very, and I can't stress this enough, very begrudgingly help Frieza and Goku, who are crippled and on their last verges of limit-breaking strength, against King Cold, who's still managing through his fourth and 100% power without true crippling damage. But he is showing signs of slight weakness, especially now that Vegeta has demonstrated the fury of Frieza teaming with Goku and all that Frieza did, making him become a Super Saiyan. Now we see if the three of them can stop King Cold together. But first, there's three things you guys gotta know. Number one, King Cold has been fighting this entire time through all of his forms, and he's retired. Oh, sure. He has, at this point, strength that could rival best and even get to the likes of first and semi-perfect Cell. But the retired and weakened version of the forms he's using aren't practiced enough like Frieza. So, that means that while he is still way strong enough to be able to throw every one of those three, especially Frieza and Goku, again, crippled, around like rag dolls, that doesn't mean that his own exhaustion and overcompensating his body won't cut back to him during the battle without him even realizing it. But for now, he's pretty much dominating, especially even with Vegeta. Number two, Goku and Frieza have been fighting the most this entire time, and they're lucky to even be in Kaioken and 100%. But the only reason Frieza is because he maximized his 100%. And the only reason Goku is because he's mother freaking Goku. So why wouldn't he? And number three, yes, Vegeta is a Super Saiyan. Keep in mind, though, this is 3 years before his canon transformation. And number two, he has just unlocked the transformation. So, what that means is Super Saiyan Vegeta is the strongest out of Goku and Frieza, but he is far from being maximized with the Super Saiyan form enough like the Android Saga to be able to use it to its full capacity without understanding like Goku did, kind of, because he could retransform back into it, the full implications of the form. But overall, next to King Cold, Vegeta is the next strongest on this planet. So he rushes along with Goku powering to his highest Kaioken and Frieza his 100% still with his dual discs, which he takes again from the fight on Namek and uses as a beneficial weapon to help him maybe kill his father. But King Cold proves he's still far too strong for them to stop. Oh, sure, Super Saiyan Vegeta's given them a legs up, and King Cold's finally starting to show exhaustion. But it's not enough. Even with Vegeta's add-on, Vegeta ends up on the ground, blown out of energy from Super Saiyan, and crippled on the ground. Goku has lost all forms of energy, and the Kaioken overusage doesn't help. And plus the fact he got right on the cusp of grade 2, so Goku's done. He's not dead, but he's done. Frieza, though, surprisingly, because of his massive freaking durability, is knelt on the ground, staring up for the second time at his father. But King Cold is done at this point. Sure, Vegeta might have saved their lives, but all it really did, besides showing another flashy blonde form, was showing that not only is the Super Saiyan form no longer a threat to the Frost Tyrant clan, but so is his son being a disgrace to it. So not only is King Cold going to show his son how to properly exterminate one Saiyan, but he's going to exterminate too, and then find the planet that they came from. Then he'll blow up that planet. Who knows? Maybe even blow up all surrounding ones with life, just to make sure there is no one that could possibly dishonor or disregard the Frost Tyrant clan ever again. And King Cold's biggest mistake, he says to Frieza, was allowing his son to become emperor. And that's the last thing he'll regret before he dies. And King Cold's just about to deliver the final punishment to all three of them. But something then happens that literally one comes out of nowhere and shocks every single person on the planet. Yardrat's not so much, because again, hiding, but everyone, mainly Frieza, who's conscious, King Cold is split in half. Just a single slash. And then we see him sliced in half and his body fall on the ground. And then we see who it is. A man with a sword, a Capsule Corp logo on his jacket, and blonde hair and blue eyes. A Super Saiyan! And we know this to be Trunks. Now, you guys are probably asking, why would Trunks be on Yardrat? Simple. Because the big, huge powers were enough for Vegeta to detect them from space. And since this would probably be around the same time that King Cold and Mecha Frieza would be going on the planet Earth, except maybe just a tiny little bit sooner, Trunks, by the time he would be going in the time machine and get to the place, that would be around whenever Vegeta arrives on Yardrat. So, Trunks would sense these humongous powers, and since there's no King Cold and Frieza on Earth, and everything, and sensing these powers, probably the time machine, him sensing it from even before he lands, depending on how the time machine, fluctuates through the space-time continuum, he would be able to sense this and know that since his father, Goku, and Frieza and King Cold are all on the planet, he has to go there. Because he can't just stay on Earth. What would be the point in that? And honestly, it would be a tiny bit more complex to put him in the story if he just was randomly on Earth just waiting for them. Especially if it's around the canon time, he'd probably just leave. And it wouldn't really be an awesome inclusion of Trunks. You guys are really going to like this. But as soon as he slices King Cold, Frieza sees this and he's utterly shocked at this, because he's the only one really conscious, and this kid came out of nowhere, and he knows by this point, a third Super Saiyan. But before he can question this kid for literally saving their lives, Trunks looks square with basically murderous intent at Frieza, draws his sword, and angrily, he says, "You're next, Frieza." And he launches up into the air and is prepared to do the same thing in canon and my Super Saiyan Vegeta story and cut Frieza into bits and pieces. But someone stops him. Goku, with every fiber of his strength, this time busting his body for real, turns Super Saiyan and blocks the blade, but then immediately drops out, falls backwards, and almost fully collapses before Frieza helps him. And Trunks turns back, and he's still holding his sword, and angrily asks Goku, why is he helping Frieza? Why are they on this planet? Who was that guy that he just sliced? Was that King Cold? Goku then angrily explains everything and says that Trunks just saved their lives. And Frieza, he wasn't fighting him or Vegeta. He was helping them. Trunks is very perplexed by this, because not only does King Cold look different, but Frieza's helping him and his father and they're not on Earth, and Frieza's not in a mecha body. But before Trunks can even bother to ask questions or state the reason he's here, King Cold, in his half body, blasts at Trunks. And yes, Trunks is very much injured here, but he's able to use his sword as more or less a defense, but he wasn't able to turn Super Saiyan. So Trunks is standing, but he's pretty freaking injured. And you might be wondering, how could King Cold do this? Because he was retired, and a single shot through his chest put him down. Yes, but this is a Frieza story for one. Two, I'm giving King Cold the time to shine. And three, come on, Frieza got cut in half and could blast. We can do that to King Cold. King Cold looks down at Trunks, saying that, another Saiyan. Looks like I really am going to have to destroy everything to make sure the Frost Tyrant clan never falls out of power. You made a big mistake interfering, just like Vegeta over there. But don't worry, you'll join him in hell. But before he can blast, he's once again stopped, this time forever. A single, huge death beam rings out, and it hits King Cold straight through the head. Yeah, he's not living this time. It's through the brain. And King Cold falls to the ground. This time, fully dead. And the death beam came from Frieza, the last little bit of his strength. And Trunks looks on, and he's still so confused. Why would Frieza help Goku and Vegeta? Why are they on this planet? Why was Frieza not in a mecha body, even though he probably wouldn't disclose this because, time discrepancies? And why was King Cold not a giant in his, the form he knew about? And at this point, Master Pubara and the Yardratians have come out and thank Trunks profusely for saving all of them and Planet Yardred. And he explains that Frieza's not a threat and that Goku is right. And they would explain everything to Trunks, while Trunks wouldn't say too much or blow away too much because his father's here and he still doesn't trust Frieza, and the fact that all of this is really boggling him down. It's freaking time travel. But Trunks cuts straight to the point, literally, and begins to talk to Goku after all of them get healed. Meanwhile, Vegeta looks daggers at Frieza and says that I could have killed you with my new power as a Super Saiyan, but I have to admit one thing. If you or Kakarot were going to kill each other, you'd have done so on Namek. Frieza smirks and says, yes, that's true. And now Vegeta knows everything. Frieza's actually surprised that Vegeta became a Super Saiyan. And honestly, he thought that he never would. But, to be fair, at least Vegeta tried to become a Super Saiyan, whereas Frieza had to force Goku to ironically and accidentally become one. Vegeta starts to get angry at this seemingly tone of mockery from his old boss, but he smiles, knowing that at least he actually tried, unlike Kakarot, to become a Super Saiyan. So he tells Frieza that they're nowhere close to friends, but at least Frieza, he doesn't have to worry about Vegeta coming after him for now. Or Frieza coming after them. But he hopes Frieza knows that Vegeta, he still doesn't care a smidge for Frieza, and if it were up to him, he would have killed him back on Namek. But Frieza smiles and says he wouldn't have it any other way, coming from the prince. Trunks, once again, is still talking to Goku and explains about the androids and 3 years' time, about Vegeta and Bulma and why he didn't say it in front of Vegeta. And there's no Piccolo to hear everything that's going on, so it's just Goku. and possibly some Yardratians, but eh. And then gives Goku the heart virus medicine. And then he sheathes his sword again around Frieza, still not trusting him, looking daggers, and is prepared to leave. But Frieza offers his hand, and he wants to thank Trunks for killing his father and helping them. And he never thought that he would see one Super Saiyan, let alone two, but a third. He has honestly earned Frieza's true respect, especially with the hands of a blade. Trunks is very surprised that someone like who he had heard about from Frieza is being so genuine and nice to him, and smiles, saying that he wish he could, but all of him wants to say that Frieza's not trustworthy yet. But he'll be back in 3 years' time, and if Frieza truly is good, he'll have no problem being friends. But he wants Frieza to promise that he'll help Goku, Vegeta, and everyone defeat these androids. Maybe then Trunks will actually not be so, perturbed at to wanting to slice him, because he was close. Goku honestly saved him. But with that, Trunks just smirks and, nods a simple gesture saying that he doesn't hate Frieza, but, still thinking about slicing and dicing him. Then he leaves in his time machine. Goku then says it's time for them to return, tell everyone what's going on, and prepare for the androids. But they can only do it if they work together. No more old boss stuff, no grudges. They all have to work together. Vegeta, he's so mad at this, and honestly, he did just talk to Frieza, but hearing come from Kakarot's fueled a little bit of anger within him. But he's like, you know what? Fine. And they all begin to head back to Earth. So Goku, Vegeta, and Frieza take the ship that Goku and Frieza came in, now that it's repaired by the Yardratians, and prepare to head to Earth. When they get there, how will all the others react to Frieza being alive and with Goku and Vegeta and everything? And with them not meeting Trunks and having to be told by Goku, Vegeta, and Frieza about the androids, will they train as hard? Will they need to? Or with Frieza around, will this be a washout for the androids, or will it make them even stronger? That's where we leave things, and I'll see you in the fourth part. Hey guys, Nick here, and welcome to the Omniverse of Nick, and part 4 to What If Frieza Turned Good. Before we get into today's part, be sure to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick, and be sure to further acknowledge and support the future of the Omniverse by checking out the Discord, Patreon, and Google Doc on the homepage, as well as commenting future requests and expectations for this year. With all that said, let's get into today's part. We left off with Yardrat and everything that went on there with King Cold being done and dealt with, and Goku, Vegeta, and Frieza going in the ship that Frieza had, Frieza's main vessel, going back in it with the three of them to Earth to talk about the androids and prepare for the day. So when they get there, Goku immediately tells everyone concerned that he has a lot of explaining to do, and it starts with this, and then he points behind him. And Krillin, everyone reacts obviously, but Krillin's the first. Frieza's the one who killed him, and that's what sparked Goku to be a Super Saiyan, which Krillin's yet to see. Krillin doesn't care what's going on. He's angry. Frieza doesn't blame him and says maybe he's done a lot to the poor bald men, all the Earthlings and everything, but he's not like that now. They have no need to be scared of the former Emperor. And Goku smiles, seeing that Frieza has really accepted that he's not a bad guy anymore. Yamcha reacts kinda but he never met Frieza up close. But from what he heard on King Kai's, he was bad. Like, really bad. Like, killing millions and almost killing everybody on Namek bad. But, he accepts it way more than Krillin. Bulma reacts more happy to see Goku alive and is more intrigued at the fact that Frieza actually and Vegeta helped Goku. It's like Piccolo all over again. And it honestly takes her by surprise. So I feel like she would be a bit like angry or, have that annoyed kind of tone around Vegeta. You know how that ended. And Frieza, because of all the trouble she had been put on planet Namek. But other than that, I think she'd be okay with it. Tien and Chaozu, they react kind of like with Yamcha, because again, they were on King Kai's. Piccolo, on the other hand, oh boy, he's angry. Because not only did third form Frieza basically death beam him to death, pun intended, not only did fourth form Frieza basically treat him like a ragdoll when Piccolo was helping Goku with the spirit bomb, not only did he shoot a death beam through Piccolo whenever Piccolo tried to save Goku, and almost killed him again. But remember, Piccolo fused with Nail, so he has all the memories of Frieza's minions and Frieza himself, not only almost killing Nail, but all of the deaths of the Namekians. True, they all got brought back besides the village Vegeta destroyed. But that doesn't take away the fact that all those memories are there. So if there's anyone besides Vegeta and pretty much Krillin to hate Frieza, it would be Piccolo. Goku says that he understands everybody's feelings. He told this to Vegeta and to Frieza, who he still has to put forward effort towards entrusting to some degree. But Goku's been training and fighting alongside Frieza longer than anyone else. Vegeta doesn't really count because he always wanted to betray him. But the point is, Vegeta, Piccolo, Krillin, everybody else have to deal with the fact they have a bigger threat than Frieza out there. And it's not just one. Frieza already helped deal with one threat, but they have a much bigger problem ahead of them. And Frieza says, yep, and it's not just what we had to deal with my father, and it's not just these toy robots we have to kill in 3 years. He tells everybody that not only did his father almost kill all of them, along with this boy from the future, and then they have to explain that whole story, but now Rogue, Third Stellar Region, and all across space soldiers are now going towards a backup plan of finding his brother, Cooler. And yeah, he'll definitely be here in due time, because that was King Cold's backup plan. Simply call Cooler back to put his brother in his place. So there's no doubt that Cooler has gotten stronger too. And Frieza says that he might understand why the warriors of Earth do not trust him. He knows Vegeta hates him, and he knows for certain that the Namekian hates him. But honestly, he should not care, but he is here because he wants to actually train with these people and show that he's more than what once was an evil, sadistic emperor who used to kill and torture and enslave everybody. And the only way he can do that is by training with them and hoping that it sticks out to their side. Honestly, he's all new to this whole mercy and, hero gimmick, as he never had to train or be good in his life. He was always born for ruling an imperial conquest. But they can thank their little buddy here, Goku, for being so naive and so good. The one thing that Frieza never thought he would actually be thankful for. Because, remember, in canon, he was actually thankful for it whenever they were about to defeat Jiren. So this is happening way sooner because Goku saved him from his own Destructo Disc. or Death Saucer if you want to be more politically correct. Death Slicer, same difference. Either way, Frieza can only hope that the training is the best way to get these people to forget about what he did and all of what he enslaved and killed. So, the Z Fighters, with Goku's stride really laying into them, alongside Frieza making the speech, pretty much just go with the fact that Frieza's telling the truth, and they all prepare for the androids for 3 years, which I'll get to here in a minute. Meanwhile, Sorbet and all the rest of the Freezer Force scattered across space, parts of the third stellar region, and all the way out in space, know that King Cold has just died. And Frieza is still out there alive. And Sorbet can't not believe that the one emperor that he always looked up to, the one lord of the universe himself, betrayed their values and even took out the king. And now he knows he has to go and find Cooler so that they can revitalize the Frieza Force to the Cooler Force and put Frieza and the Super Saiyans in their place. And soon enough, they do find him. They find Cooler on a dark, distant planet. And he's very surprised to hear that not only is his father dead, but Frieza was responsible, helping Saiyans. He should have known. This is worse than getting killed by a Saiyan. He actually submitted and helped them kill his father. And now he knows that his father should have left him to the Empire instead of Frieza. And now he has to get his hands dirty, putting the Saiyans, their little planet Earth, and Frieza in their places. He says, smiling to all the soldiers, the Frieza Force and Empire and the Cold Empire's no more. From now on, it shall be called the Cooler Force. And Cooler thinks that Frieza might have gotten stronger and proven himself. But he remembers all the times he tried to beat him, how he was always stronger and had the edge. And once he got his fifth form, Frieza mattered not. And that was proven now that he's heard about him losing to these Saiyans and killing his father. If Frieza had simply learned the fifth form, like Cooler did, he would have actually killed those Saiyans no problem. And to be honest, he's right. And Cooler says that within over 3 to 4 years, maybe a little bit longer, since they are a very good distance away from that planet Earth, they will be on Earth to teach Frieza and these Earth Saiyans all a lesson. You never cross the empire of the Frost family, let alone Lord Cooler. And what, by the way, I bet you guys are wondering, how is it conveniently around the time, if not like right after the time of the androids, that Cooler arrives? Well, you see, it took Vegeta and Nappa a year to get to Earth. And since Cooler's much, 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 much farther away, and I'm actually canonizing him into the story and making him even more farther away, I'm making it so by the time I introduce him, which will be after the androids, spoiler alert, it will make sense as to why and when he appears. But trust me, you guys will love how I set up Cooler. Back on Earth, Vegeta trains even past 300, 400, 500 times gravity. He is literally pushing himself beyond the brink. And you know why? Because he has Super Saiyan early. So this means that with Frieza and Kakarot, oh boy, and these androids, he's even more strived to be the best and become even stronger to not only destroy Frieza, but now Kakarot and these androids. He has 3 things to train for, including the fact he has Super Saiyan. And yes, Vegeta and Bulma still get hooked up. As for Piccolo, I'll explain more on his training, But besides mainly training on his own, he still does train with Goku and Gohan, but mainly Gohan, as I will discuss right here. Goku and Frieza specifically ask and prefer over this 3-year time skip to train alone, brutally understanding each other and really growing their powers. And they do this for the better part of 3 years, which means Golden Frieza becomes a thing. Now, I bet you guys are probably wondering, yes, Golden Frieza is a thing, but doesn't this literally make him Battle of Gods and Resurrection F tier? No. And I'm going to explain why I nerf him to at least a bit above the story standard, but keep him undermined from his Resurrection F iteration. First, Goku. Goku unlocks throughout this time Super Saiyan 2. Wait, what? I bet you guys are wondering. Wait, what? How? He gets Super Saiyan 2 this early? Well, you gotta remember, he is training with Frieza. Yes, they're not training the whole 3 years, which is another reason why Frieza is not going to be past his Resurrection F state. But the time that they do train, they are fighting each other brutally and almost like they were on Namek, except it's not to kill each other. But they are trying to improve themselves more than they ever have. And Frieza, this is a new step for him because he's never trained a day in his life. So that's why he's also not training the fullest, because he's not as endeared as he was in Resurrection F for Revenge. This is just training for the sake of training. And throughout that time, Frieza unlocks a new form, which would be Golden Frieza. And he would actually have true Golden because it's past 3 years. So he would have way more than enough time to maximize the potential. So we ain't getting no, semi-perfect Golden Frieza. As for base Goku, his power goes up to Super Vegeta from the Cell Saga. So we're really going big with Goku's base power at this point. Super Saiyan Goku, he is comparable to Perfect Cell, if not Super Perfect Cell. As for Super Saiyan 2, which he unlocks, this Super Saiyan 2 Goku Android Saga is Super Saiyan 2 Majin Vegeta tier and right around Fat Buu tier. So yeah, I know. I basically just made Goku so broken that the Android Saga is literally looking to be pointless. But you guys would be wrong, because trust me, we might not be getting to the full Android Saga in this part, but we're setting up for something that'll make the Android Saga worth it in its big few moments. Might be spoiling a little too much, but hey, gotta spoil some moments. As for fourth form Frieza, I don't know why I had to say fourth form, but you get the point. Frieza's base power in this form is comparable and pretty much classed just above his first form Frieza's power level in the Resurrection F movie. So, it would roughly be it would be stronger than Goku. Let's just say that right now. Frieza is the main focal point of the story, and the fact that he's never trained means that his gains are going to be way more broken than Goku's. So, he's pretty much around Super Saiyan Goku at this point, him training and getting this power. So, pretty much all of them are equated to be the same. As for Golden Frieza, I'll explain more on him in a moment. As for Super Saiyan 2 Goku, he unlocks Super Saiyan 2 within this time skip, but also he reaches the very first stages of Super Saiyan 3. False Super Saiyan 3. Which would honestly, False Super Saiyan was something epic within of itself. But False Super Saiyan 3 would be freaking epic to see. Now, I bet you guys are asking, since I just mentioned it, how strong is Golden Frieza if his fourth form is weaker than his fourth form in the movie, but yet it's as strong as his first form in the movie? Well, Golden Frieza at this point would be strong at the point of Buhan or right around Super Vegeta. And this is Android Saga. So if I made Frieza as broken as past his Resurrection F tier, then that would literally mean that he's so strong that the rest of the story would be an absolute curb stomp and there would be nothing to add to the plot. And once we get to things like the Buu Saga and Dragon Ball Super, I would literally not be able to make this a story. But since Frieza's training for the first time in his life, the fact that he's not training for revenge, and the fact that he's not going for the kill when training with Goku, and that they're relaxing and Frieza's finally understanding the peace on Earth and everything it has to offer, means that he's not going to train so much that it gets him to that level of power in the Resurrection F movie. Just his fourth form. So he's not going to de-transform to his first and have it that way. His fourth is going to be the custom power level for his first in the movie. So that's why he is not at that power right now. But don't worry, he will definitely get there after the point of the Buu Saga. And he will not be at the nerfed point that I am putting him at right now, even if I am explaining it for long, because, of course, Frieza's the main focal point, and he's definitely going to be getting lots of legs up. Now then, Gohan also gets in the training, much to the chagrin of Chi-Chi, and Frieza gets a first look-see at Goku's wife, and is just as surprised as, like, Piccolo was, Super Saiyans have the weakness, yada yada. And with Gohan, through this, he becomes a Super Saiyan early because of Frieza being there. Gohan doesn't hate Frieza, but he is still angry and untrustworthy of him for pretty much the same reasons. And this is what I was getting to earlier. He trains with Piccolo while Goku and Frieza basically train by themselves. So with Piccolo being his mentor, Gohan knowing all about what happened on Namek, they're both equally untrustworthy, but it seems like Frieza's not going to attack them or do anything to destroy the planet. So they really don't have a reason to attack or go against Goku or Frieza or anything like that. So they train on their own and get massive gains. Again, Gohan's Super Saiyan. And Vegeta, he gets strong too. Like I said, he has Super Saiyan early. So this is like Super Saiyan Vegeta story or Vegeta Immortal story, power leveled Vegeta. And he gets mastered Super Saiyan by the time the androids are set to arrive. And that brings us to the island 9 miles off of South City, the fated day where the androids are supposed to appear. With all of this drama, all these power levels, all these people, the setup for Cooler, how will this go for the androids and into the future of this story? Or does it still not even matter with the nerfs and changes, and it will literally break the story so much that no villain will have any chance, with Frieza on the side of good? And I will see you guys in the 5th part. Hey guys, Nick here, and welcome to the Omniverse of Nick, and part 5 to What If Frieza Turned Good. Before we get into today's part, be sure to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse, and further acknowledge and support the future of the Omniverse by checking out the Patreon, Discord, and Google Doc on the homepage, as well as requesting and asking future expectations and what ifs in the comment section down below. With all that said, let's get started. We ended off last time with the Android Saga getting prepared for and the fated day arriving, with Vegeta and several others added into the mix, if you couldn't tell. Amenbo Island, all the warriors gather. And Bulma Yamcha and the newborn Trunks are there too. And we have added people and many changes, obviously. But the main ones are that pretty much everyone is stronger. Vegeta is actually there and won't be arriving late. Goku actually took the medicine because of Frieza's influence, as well as everybody else. Like, especially Frieza, Goku would know to take the medicine. And Frieza, who I think at this point would be spotting an outfit akin to the Turtle Hermit. So, pretty much like Goku's. Which, in my opinion, would be hilarious to see Frieza in a Goku outfit. So, yeah, that would be freaking hilarious. And we get into what would be Yamcha getting his energy stolen and getting impaled and all that stuff going the same. Except when Gero gets literally hears from Piccolo and everything about the androids and possibly Vegeta, he's even more surprised because of the extra people and the extra knowledge about them, and the fact that one of the people he's looking at, he doesn't know. Because remember, Dro and them never knew about Namek. So when Frieza mockingly jokes and berates the androids, especially Gero, he especially notifies the fact that these androids have no clue who they're dealing with. The former emperor of the universe, Lord Frieza. But when Goku and everybody says about the people on the island and the fact that Frieza keeps berating the androids, Gero's had enough. Gero, Android 20, begins to shoot one set of I-beams towards the city before he would then shoot a bunch. But the first blast doesn't even connect with the city, because Frieza basically outmatches that first I-beam with an I-beam of his own. And it basically is so big and so strong, obviously, that it basically cancels Gero's straight out and impales him. A huge set of two holes goes through Gero. But remember, he has eternal life, so he doesn't feel this pain. And honestly, it does hurt for a second, but, Gero got impaled by 17 before his head got kicked off. So, this doesn't really faze him. It does for a second. And then 19 begins to step up, with his arm showing the energy sealing and absorbing palm. Frieza still doesn't take note of this and begins to shoot a death beam. But he and everybody else then realize when 19 absorbs the death beam, they just done screwed up. And Frieza is very surprised at this, because if these androids are so weak that they have to rely on energy absorption, and they are so strong, Frieza just gave him this android, Android 19, very, very, very strong power just from a weak death beam. And 19 begins to attack with small energy blasts, and yeah, this much stronger Frieza with freaking Golden Frieza added on to boost Saga level tier? Yeah, Frieza done goofed. But no one dies, because after 19 shoots these energy blasts, and it still hits the city anyway, pretty much, although the Z Warriors do some good in blocking or at least evading some of the blasts, while also trying not to destroy the city in the process, Goku mentions that they should probably exit the city for risk of, killing the populace. And Gero, he just says, why not? But everybody else will be included in the death streak. Goku isn't the only one included anymore. So they all go to the wasteland where they fought in canon, except this time when Gero, Android 20's drilled for information, he's far more angry, apprehensive, and on guard because of what he just had to deal with. But with 19's energy skyrocketed past even his calculations, this goes to show that if he had just absorbed that eye beam and knew that this Frieza character was this strong and possibly looked at that Namek data, they would not be doing this right now. They would all be dead. So once they're done talking, Vegeta says what Frieza already told them. They made a big mistake not knowing about Namek and all the other planets besides Earth, because now they have to deal with him. And Vegeta automatically goes to Mastered Super Saiyan, because remember, he has that in this story way earlier. And like I said, this is Vegeta pretty much in my Super Saiyan Vegeta and Immortal Vegeta level tier of power, if you haven't seen those stories. And says that he's only here to get rid of these tin cans and get revenge on Frieza and Kakarot. So these androids are just collateral damage. And he immediately rushes in for the kill and kicks 19 square in the stomach. But remember, 19 absorbed Frieza's, even if it was weak, small death beam. So this only hurt him a little bit. It does. Vegeta and 19 are pretty much even in this story, because especially now that 19's absorbed this energy. If he didn't, Vegeta would have killed him in one blow, no sweat. But that's not the case here. So 19 just smiles, punches down his leg, and then holsters up for a punch square in Vegeta's face. But this barely phases the prince, because again, they're even in terms of power. Very, very close, if not one stronger slightly than the other. Vegeta then goes for another kick, this time square in the chin. And then 19 squares up a punch straight in the face. So this is basically like Piccolo and 17, how they were so evenly matched that they basically kept on punching and kicking each other right near the end of their fight. Yeah, it's pretty much like that. And this is just right when they're fighting. It's not even like, that whole fight, because I'm not going to replicate that kind of fight through these people in this story. That's not what this is about. And it's definitely not that fight, so it's not the main focus. So while Frieza and Gero set eyes on each other, Gero wanting to get back at Frieza for that huge eye beam, Vegeta and 19 are still fighting, and Vegeta squares up a huge knee in 19's face, and then doesn't allow him the chance to attack again, so he slams a chop square to 19's face, and then a huge sledgehammer, slamming him into the ground. So Vegeta's about to punch him and finish him off for good, because he knows he's not down, since they're so even. But this time, Vegeta's actually taken real damage. But 19, as before, has faked this and grabs onto Vegeta's arms. Vegeta tries his trick like in canon to basically rip 19's arms off and basically, kicks him straight in the face and is trying to do that, but it's not working. Not like canon, it's not working. He tries harder. It's still not working. He tries harder again. It's still not working. Then he tries to power up, but even that's not working. And then he tries going beyond Mastered Super Saiyan, but he feels his energy is depleting. This isn't helping at all. Because they're even, Vegeta thinks to himself, that's a really bad thing. And he ultimately blames Frieza for this, but he has no time to worry about getting mad at Frieza. He's having his energy sucked away, and he can't get him off. He really should not have let 19 grab him, but he keeps trying to get him off. He keeps trying to pull him off, but no matter what he does to power up, it is not working in the slightest. But before he can try one final tug to break 19's arms off, it happens. Vegeta yells out a huge, huge scream of pain and realizes 19 ripped his arms off. And Vegeta yells to the high heavens because this hurt a lot. And blood would be spewing out of both of his arms. This isn't like Android 19 where it was just slight oil and whatnot. This is a Saiyan with his arms literally getting broken off. And if Vegeta had let 19 keep hold of him longer in canon, this would have happened to him and we would have been screwed in the Dragon Ball universe. But before 19 can capitalize on this, Goku, with 19 off guard, powers to his highest level, Super Saiyan 2, right from the start, not allowing 19 to kill Vegeta or one of them. And with 19 off guard and Goku at his full power, Super Saiyan 2, he is able to sledgehammer 19, and his head is completely ripped off. So yes, 19 absorbed a death beam and a huge amount of Vegeta's power, and would honestly be very, very, very close to Golden Frieza in this timeline. I'm not even joking you. But he was so full to have his guard down, and Goku capitalized on it. With Jiro seeing this, he knows that while 19 proved a significant bunch against these people, he wasn't enough. And Vegeta is the closest that he got to. But with these people, and so many of them left still, Jiro's worried that not only is he next, but he might not even have a chance to swipe one of their energies. So, he takes one last look at the Z Fighters, and he runs. He flies out of there as fast as he can towards the mountains, like in canon. Because the Z Fighters are so worried about Vegeta, because he's literally spewing a huge amount of blood out of both of his arms. So they can't worry about Dr. Gero or Android 20, because they're too worried about him. He's literally bleeding out of both of his arms. So they try to give him a few senzu beans. They would give him 2 or 3, because they think that one is definitely not going to work here. But even though the senzu beans seem to stabilize him, they don't fully heal him, they don't bring him his arms back, and Vegeta doesn't even want to get up once he reaches some form of consciousness, because the prince just lost both of his arms. He's not going to want to be seen or fight like this. Vegeta is literally in a state of can't do anything. And Yamcha says that the only thing that they can do for Vegeta is get him out of the battlefield, because he literally can't do anything. What's he going to fight with his feet? And if that android could absorb one blast and rip Vegeta's arms off and grow that strong that Goku had to catch him off guard, they can't risk making that same mistake. They have to do what these androids just did to Vegeta back to the remaining android. Because, again, they don't know about the lab. So Yamcha offers to take Vegeta back to Capsule Corp. So Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, Tien, Goku, and Frieza all venture to go after Jiro, who at least I think one of them would have seen him go to the mountains, but honestly, they were all too preoccupied with Vegeta. And Jiro is in the mountains, and he thinks to himself, since given this extra amount of time, that he definitely should go back to the laboratory. And honestly, he's very close to getting that point. But by this point, the Earthlings and everybody have made it to the mountains. And Krillin blasts a Kamehameha instead of Vegeta in Vegeta's place, and Jiro prepares to absorb it, thinking this Earthling is so stupid that he would openly blast not only where his friends might be, but the fact that he just blasted out of nowhere, presuming that he was there. And it seems like this is a Vegeta move, but this was bait. Because just when Jiro's preparing to absorb it, a Death Slicer just comes zooming right at Dr. Jiro, and it slices off both of his arms. This was bait, because they knew he couldn't have gotten far, and he was probably thinking about a strategy. Because, like I said again, they can't presume he would have gotten very far in the short amount of time that all this was going on, And I think one of them would have at least seen him going towards the mountains. So really, this was just the bait they needed to get Jiro, disarmed like they did to Vegeta. And Frieza smirks, thinking this android's so stupid to have fallen for this bait. And he prepares a death beam square at Jiro and says, "Any last words before you join your friend?" And Jiro just smirks. Because true, he doesn't have any arms, but unlike the prince of all Saiyans, this newcomer, Emperor Frieza, forgot one key thing. He has eyes. And Jiro launches another eye beam, but Frieza just catches it, circles it around into his own energy blast, smirks, says nice try to the bot, and just kills him. So you might think, with all this going on, besides Vegeta being disarmed, literally bleeding out, had to begin sensu beans, brought back to Capsule Corp, and the two androids dying here, this is supposed to be the end of the story. And apparently Trunks' time went kind of the same, which I'm going to explain a little bit on that before I get into what I'm about to. You might be thinking, how is Trunks' time here not different? Like you've put in other stories? Well, let's just say Frieza on Namek, he didn't stay good very long and ended up betraying Goku and pretty much it going down per canon. Because sometimes Trunks' time deserves to at least remain somewhat sort of in the story. Because if I did it differently than a future Frieza, it would just get way too complicated. But if I were to do a remake on this, maybe. I'm just thinking that a future Frieza wouldn't have really done much, and it would honestly have complicated the King Cold, Yardrat, and all that bit. So I more or less had to make Trunks' time stay the same. So that's that blown out of the way for you guys, for those of you who were questioning that. So you guys might be thinking, with all this, is it over? Wrong. Because when Trunks gets there, he sees 19 and then gets with the Z Fighters, and he tells them all, it's good to see that Goku took the medicine and that he can actually trust Frieza now, seeing him in the Goku outfit. But those aren't the androids. Seeing, 19 and now Jiro's like literal parts all around, since I feel that there would be at least a bit for him to see, maybe, if it weren't Ash by Frieza. But these aren't the androids that attacked his time, for one thing. And then another, he asks where his father is. And Goku spills the news. And Trunks is automatically angry and surprised, thinking his father is dead. But Goku just holds both arms up and says Yamcha brought him back to Capsule Corp and he'll be okay. They gave him senzu beans to stabilize him, but he doesn't have his arms anymore, so they gotta figure that out. Speaking of Capsule Corp, Bulma's ship arrives and Bulma's there, and they get the laboratory info out. And then if Yamcha didn't pass her along the way, she would have to be told about Vegeta and then offer to go back, to Capsule Corp and all that stuff. And she would go alone because there's no reason for Gohan to go because Goku's here and he, took the medicine. So she would just go back alone to Capsule Corp and make sure that Yamcha and Vegeta and everything are okay. But while everyone goes in search of the laboratory, because of what Trunks has said, no longer on the pursuit of Jiro, but this time in pursuit of the lab specifically, that's what they're going to do. Except Gohan's going to be with, Frieza's with, Goku's with, everyone's stronger, and there's no Jiro. So yeah. Also, while all this is going on, a green bug-like figure stares at all of them from a distant part of the mountains. Because of these huge power levels, this creature has actually surfaced sooner from a wasteland preparing to launch a feasting on a city. But these huge power levels brought him here. And now he sees why that is. This creature, he doesn't know him. Not this time. Frieza? He doesn't know him. But seeing that the prince is not in control, His creator's been destroyed, and this little puppet white android has been killed after taking out the prince. Trunks is here, and they're going towards the lab for 17 and 18. And this poses an interesting thought. If he can get to the lab first, nothing will stop him from getting his wish to become the perfect being. And so, unbeknownst to any of them, he holds his power and begins his own tracking of the lab, except he actually knows way more than the Z Fighters, even with a little tip from that Bulma, where the lab is. So without any of them knowing, this creature, Cell, makes his way towards the lab. Who will get there first? What will the group do without Vegeta? And if Cell gets to the lab first and becomes perfect, can they even stop him? How much stronger is the Cell in this time, or is he literally the same tier and will get literally bodied by everyone concerned, considering he can't absorb energy? And what about 16 and the rest of the lab, like present Cell? What will that do? And what about the future of the story? Find out in part 6. Hey guys, Nick here, and welcome to the Omniverse of Nick, and part 6 to What If Frieza Turned Good. Before we get into today's part, be sure to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse, and further acknowledge and support the future of the Omniverse by checking out the Discord, Patreon, and Google Doc on the homepage, as well as commenting future requests and what-if suggestions in the comments section down below. With all that said, let's begin today's part. We ended off last time with Cell, still part of this story, and with all the huge powers, and especially Vegeta, and Goku's flare-up with 2, and then all of what's happened, Cell is on track to the laboratory without any of the Z Fighters knowing. And since Bulma's discovered the location of the lab, that means Trunks is going to be the main one to get rid of the androids, since they don't have a chance to be, brought into the living world. So, today we see who gets there first and what happens in this part. The Z Fighters eventually approach the lab and find it. And with no interruptions, Trunks instantly is furious. He remembers Gohan, who fought and lost his arm and fought his hardest against the androids and what they did to him. And then the day he died. And remembers Vegeta, who died way sooner, and to just one android, number 17. But this Vegeta kept his arms. But Gohan, Vegeta, all of that flares into one categorical emotion for Trunks. Pure rage. And he flares up the anger inside and bursts into Super Saiyan. But this Trunks, yes, he hasn't trained in the time chamber yet, but this Trunks is so angry by the revelation that Vegeta's almost died and the location of the lab in 1718 not being awakened yet. All of those emotions flare to Trunks right on the cusp of grade 2, just like Goku was back when they were fighting King Cold. Trunks has flared to that level because of his anger. And with no hesitation, goes for a Buster Cannon straight at the lab right then and there. But no one expects what happens after he shoots that Buster Cannon. The Buster Cannon is blown and completely deflected with a special beam cannon? And they look and see that wasn't Piccolo. He wouldn't do this. That special beam cannon stopped him from shooting the lab, but it wasn't Piccolo and it wasn't Frieza. And Frieza doesn't know the special beam cannon, no one else does. And then, before they even get a chance to figure it out, they see a very, very short glimpse of who might have done it, but just for a split second. And it's Cell that he has gotten to the lab just now and is securing his goal. And with no explanation, right when they see him, he solar flares them all, flies straight into the lab, opens the pods with 17 and 18, and he absorbs them. And he walks out of the lab smiling and in his perfect form. And Frieza is completely shocked along with everybody else as to not only the identity of this bug creature, but that he is just changed from the small little glimpse of who they just saw. And then he looks different, and they're guessing all at the same time that he must have done something and absorbed the other androids that they actually were told about. What else could have happened to make him look different like that? If he had transformed, he would have done so right then and there, but he walked out of the lab. So clearly he moved directions, and that circulates back to the fact, oh, he must have absorbed the other androids. And they don't even know who he is or why he did it or what he's doing here. But Trunks immediately just goes serious, grabs his blade, and is now in grade 2 fully, and just doesn't care. And he rushes to attack Perfect Cell. But if it wasn't plainly obvious, with no time chamber, Trunks is thrown into a wasteland part near the lab with literally just a single attack. And Cell introduces himself and says that he is Dr. Gero's ultimate creation. And it's all thanks to Trunks and everybody here that he was able to gain his perfect form. He then goes on to explain that it's because of Trunks he's even here in the first place. His meddling with time. And there was another one of him. One that ultimately made Cell think that he'd never see Trunks again. Back in his time, Trunks is dead. And that's how he's here today. Because Trunks had to pull that little stop with the time machine. And he wasn't going to let his efforts of getting his perfect form dwindle because of his timelines, Trunks. So he came here. But he wasn't expecting all of these exceedingly strong powers. And honestly, he should have waited to gather more life energy. But once he saw that they were all heading to Gero's lab, he couldn't pass up the ultimate opportunity to get the androids for himself. So in case you're wondering, this perfect Cell has not absorbed nearly the amount of humans that he did in canon. So this Cell is much weaker in his perfect state. So, yeah, but, obviously everybody doesn't know that. They just feel his power with all these powers coming out of him and everything, and assume he's like this big, unstoppable creature, So, Cell smirks and says now that he's thanked them all, now he wishes to see what they've got. Trunks emerges from the wasteland, powers back up to grade 2, and he rushes straight towards Cell. But Frieza blasts him down, and Trunks is down on the ground at this point, angry that Frieza did this, thinking that Frieza's turned back to his roots, since he hasn't talked to him since he came back, and he's about to attack him now. But Goku just turns to 2, Super Saiyan 2, uses a key shockwave from his arm, and he knocks Trunks out. And the reason they did this was because they both knew that Trunks was no match for this Cell creature. But this actually worries and surprises Cell. Because not only does he not know who Frieza is, because remember, Frieza did not show up to Earth in time for the drones to calculate. Yes, I know. The drones more or less calculated Frieza and King Cold and Trunks and everything, and that's how Cell got that DNA. But because of the extended fight with King Cold, the drones wouldn't have been there by the time that Frieza, Goku, and Vegeta came back to Earth. So in this iteration, Cell has no idea about the likes of Frieza or his father, or probably even Trunks for that matter. So he does know, on the other hand, about Trunks in his time. So while not knowing as much about Trunks, most likely, he does know at least a little bit of him, enough to know he stopped him from getting 17 and 18 in his era. But that's where the time discrepancies and confusion boil down to the fact that in Trunks' time, Frieza essentially betrayed Goku before actually them both fully getting on the ship. So that's where the time discrepancies almost come into a play here of confusing parts of the story. But hey, it's time travel. So not only does Cell have no idea who Frieza is, and he was strong enough to blast this Trunks down, and showed even more power beyond that, from what Cell could sense, but that Goku demonstrated a power in that one key shockwave with the lightning and the, all that beyond Super Saiyan, that it honestly scares Cell a little. But if there's anything that we know about Cell, is that he's not going to back down from a challenge. He didn't against Teen Gohan, and he's certainly not going to here, especially since he's in his perfect form. Frieza introduces himself, feeling ultimate superiority over this creature, and introduces himself as the former Lord Emperor Frieza, who was once the emperor of this universe, now just simply an executioner to anything evil, which used to be himself. And this bug creature is not beyond that. Cell just smirks and laughs at this and says that he doesn't care whether this Frieza, as he proclaims himself to be an emperor, thinks that he's strong enough to take out Cell in his perfect state. He's going to prove to him that while he might not know who he is, Frieza will soon know what he is. The ultimate and then he's interrupted right then and there when Frieza, not even trying, and since Cell is, again, weaker in this time, especially without Frieza and King Cold's data, Frieza just uses a Fisher Slash, or a Death Wave, if you really want to be technical on some of the names, and it cuts Cell instantly in half. It literally disintegrates the top half of him and almost takes out the entire bottom edge of him, while still having at least his legs and maybe just a tiny bit near his torso, So maybe a bit of his tail would be showing. Point is, he gets up, regenerates from this, and everybody's surprised, but now know that he's nothing. Cell powers up instantly, and he is furious because he didn't expect his perfect form to be completely outmatched in a simple attack. And add to that, it didn't even seem like this Frieza was even trying. He just literally stuck his fingers above his head, slashed, and that was it. He almost just died. And Cell was lucky enough to regenerate, but considering he's weaker here, no Frieza and King Cold data, which ampled his space and, knowledge and durability and stuff like that, that means that this actually hurt him a lot. He's really injured right now, but he powers up to his full power instantly, and he goes for a special beam cannon. But Frieza instantly shuts that down with a death beam, which pierces straight through Cell's head. And he drops to the ground, and this kills Cell. Now, I know what you guys are probably thinking, those of you who don't know basically Cell's DNA and stuff like that. I'll explain real quick. So, we know that Cell Max was able to be killed because of his head. That was literally the only way to stop him, was piercing him through the head. I mean, unless you were literally strong enough to erase him, being Beerus or something like that. Point is, that was enough to stop that Cell. But this Cell was completely different. Because remember, even though he was able to regenerate when his arm got literally blown off by Vegeta's Final Flash, he was able to regenerate that. And he regenerated his tail, and so on. But then Goku shows up with the Warp Kamehameha and literally takes the top half of Cell off. And Cell regenerates. And then he regenerates from Gohan's Kamehameha and then blowing himself up from literally a single cell. So this Cell, not the Cell Max, but this Cell, the original, the OG Cell, even though Piccolo has really never been able to be shown regenerating from, that, I think it is more or less down to Cell having everybody's data, which amplifies Piccolo's regeneration technique. Because, yes, we never saw Piccolo's head intact when he was hit from Trunks, knocking him to the ground when he was in stone. So there's theory that Piccolo could regenerate even if his head was destroyed. But I think that because of Cell here having everybody's DNA, this would amplify Piccolo's technique, enabling him to regenerate beyond a single, his head being destroyed and whatnot. Being able to regenerate from a hand or a leg or some part of his body that would consist of a cell strong enough to regenerate and empower his body, and especially getting him stronger, which is how Super Perfect Cell was a thing. So, because his head was destroyed here, this is a much weaker Cell, this is a much weaker and less durable Cell, and that he almost literally died from a single Fissure Slash, this shot to the head would actually work in killing Cell. Because when you think about it, hitting anyone in the brain like King Cold, who had no regeneration, would kill anybody. It's like a gunshot, So, all in all, this means that Cell is dead. And even if he didn't kill him here, Cell would not get any time to shine here unless he literally blew himself up or absorbed one of the Z Fighters or an extra android. But that wouldn't have added almost anything unless I brought him out into space with Cooler, and I have way too much planned with Cooler to make Cell a side piece. So, all in all, that's what we got here. Cell is dead. So Trunks, he gets up and realizes how much of a fool he was for not expecting or knowing how this timeline would play out, and that Cell was literally here because of him. And the fact that he was very wrong about how Frieza honestly changed. In his time, he knew he was a bad guy, He was brought back as Mecha Frieza, and that all happened. He doesn't know that Frieza secretly almost wasn't, because he betrayed Goku and so on and so forth. But, that's all in the past, literally. And Frieza just smirks, saying, "Don't let it happen again." So they get into the lab, they see that it's true. 17 and 18 were dropped out of their pods. Like, literally, the pods were taken out and they were absorbed, and Cell did that. So they look around the lab, making sure that there are no androids, no Gero, nothing. And once they check all of the lab, they're destroying it. And sure enough, they find Android 16. And they kill him. There's no reason to keep 16 alive here. I have before, I will continue to have him in stories. This story, there's no purpose for 16. Literally none. Then they find the underground bunker. And yes, there's no present Cell here. I believe in one of my stories, I might have included Present Cell. But honestly, there's no point in having him here. Absolutely none. And meanwhile, at Capsule Corp, Vegeta is in the main part of Capsule Corp because the sensu beans stabilized him, but he's under surgical and medical treatment because the sensu beans could not regrow arms. So, that's a thing. And Trunks cannot bear to see his father like this because it's not just one arm he had to deal with Gohan losing. This time and this time, I know that was a bit weird. This time in this timeline, more specifically, Vegeta is without both arms. And it's not Gohan, it's Vegeta, his father. But luckily, Bulma and everybody else, Dr. Briefs, all that, and the fact that they were in Jiro's lab gave them an idea on how to bring Vegeta back into fighting shape. They managed to craft and generate for Vegeta two mechanical, sentient-like, and really durable and weaponized sort of arms. So, we get Vegeta with cybernetic arms. And this, I bet you guys are wondering, for those of you who've seen What If Goku Won the 21st Budokai, or What If He Beat Jackie Chan by Masako X, Vegeta got like that in that story, right? Which then wasn't really touched upon in some pictures, and was literally the final boss of that story. Well, while I did take inspiration from that kind of, you gotta remember, if you saw that, this is way different. Vegeta lost his arms completely differently, and 19 didn't blow himself up like in that story. And Vegeta still has his legs, he just lost his arms. And the fact that the storyline for this is completely different. So all in all, it's just a slight reference, but way different storyline and means behind the cybernetics. So Trunks sees that now that he's had access to this grade 2, he wants to try to perfect it a little bit before he goes back to his time and even train with Goku and Frieza and Vegeta's new cybernetic enhancements, because he wants to be sure that in his time he can stop 17 and 18 and the cell that will arrive there. Goku is perfectly down for it. Frieza smirks, knowing that Trunks will actually get his chance to fight him, but he knows that Trunks is no kind of match for him now. So Frieza's not worried about Trunks anymore. And Vegeta, although I feel he might get involved, his cybernetic enhancements might weigh him down to the fact that he's not fully, Saiyan anymore. Once Trunks has actually gotten past grade 2 and gotten near the power I feel he would have in canon with no time chamber, because there'd be no reason to bring that in, then he goes back to his time. 17 and 18 are wiped out, and even though it takes a good amount of time, since all of this is being solved way sooner, he finds Cell and he takes him out. 3 weeks later, at Capsule Corp, Vegeta is very surprised to get a visitor at his front door. It's Frieza. And he says to Vegeta he has something he wants to ask of him and something he wishes to do for the prince. Something he should have done a long time ago, but never had the chance because of everything that happened. Something he never thought he'd do, something he never expected anyone of his race to do, and something he's honestly new to this whole doing things for other people thing. He tells Vegeta that he wants to bring back the Saiyans that he killed. The entire Saiyan race. And this utterly shocks Vegeta. How will Vegeta fully react to this? Will he want Frieza to do this? And if he does, how will the Saiyans fit into the story? And is this some kind of, plot with Vegeta this week to re-spark Frieza's revenge? What about Cooler? And what about the Buu Saga and future things into the story? All in all, what's gearing up for the rest of Frieza's redemption, or is this the start of the end of it? Find out in part 7. Hey guys, Nick here, and welcome to the Omniverse of Nick, and part 7 to What If Frieza Turned Good. Now, before we get into today's part, be sure to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse, and further acknowledge and support the future of the Omniverse by checking out the Discord, Patreon, and Google Doc on the homepage, as well as commenting future requests and expectations for this year in the comment section. With all that said, let's get started. We ended off last time with Vegeta utterly and completely surprised 3 weeks after the events of the androids to see Frieza at his front doorstep saying that he wanted to bring back the Saiyan race. Vegeta can't believe what he is hearing. And Frieza goes on to explain. Back whenever he was the Emperor, all he cared about was conquest, control, and domination. And the Saiyans were the perfect example of that. But they were also the very biggest threat next to him. And he let that fear control him. He doesn't explain about Beerus or anything because he never did in canon, so I'm not going to make him do it here. And it would honestly complicate the story of Frieza turning good because then Beerus would die and then Beerus would go after Frieza and it would just complicate things. So we're not doing that. If I do that, then it's going to be for something different. You know? Maybe even the manga will touch upon it with Black Frieza, but that's not the central focus. He knew that the Saiyans were back then a threat that he felt could have beaten him. And when Vegeta turned traitor on him, killed all of his men, and then fought him, that was a purebred example. But that's not what grew Frieza to this point here. It was Goku. Goku. The softest, purest, and ultimately first Super Saiyan that he never knew about. The one Saiyan that he missed grew to be the one who fought him, almost killed him, and took pity on him. And true, right whenever Goku surrendered and was going to leave, Frieza wanted him dead still, because he felt this the ultimate sign of disrespect. But when Frieza had gone his last-ditch effort, stole his best friend's move, Goku's best friend, obviously, and tried to do it that way, but then Goku still took pity on him and saved his life. He literally saved him just because. And it's like, honestly, Frieza should have just kept attacking him, but there would have been no point. He was outmatched. And Frieza thought of betraying him multiple times, but never in his life had he ever met somebody who took pity and wanted to help him. Ever. Not even his own father or his brother. And it really grew to have conflict with Frieza. It grew to changing him into a person that he never thought he would be. So that's why he never killed Goku. That's why he stopped being evil. And that's why he ultimately gave up this whole imperial conquest and domination. Because he realized that it was no longer worth it. If they were just going to grow stronger than him anyway, and that one would actually take pity on him and forgive him for all that he did. And it honestly cut to Frieza really deep. So he tells Vegeta that's why he wants to make up for it and show Goku, Vegeta, and everybody else that while he still doesn't consider them friends, he considers them allies and wants to do something to show that he is truly not the monster that he once was. Because he knows people like Vegeta, Krillin, Piccolo, they still partly don't forgive him. And who knows, Goku's spawn, Gohan, probably still doesn't forgive him. And if his brother is still out there, They need all the help they can get. Because if it's taken him this long to come to Earth, he's preparing something. And this is all Frieza wants to do, to show his worth and to help out everybody. Vegeta sitting here listening to this story, and he's staring at Frieza, not sure that he just heard these words come out of his former boss's mouth. A once proud emperor who stood over his body whenever he died and treated him like he was just a pawn in a game. And now he treats him as an ally. And honestly, part of Vegeta thinks that this is still a ruse, even though Frieza's more than made his worth by this point. But then he finally smiles and says thank you. And he never thought he would even say these words to Frieza. And says that he appreciates the offer for Frieza doing this, but he doesn't care about his father or the Saiyan race anymore. Honestly, the people that he should be bringing back is Goku's family, or he would say Kakarot's family. Raditz, Gine, and the one who stood up to him at the very end of Planet Vegeta, Goku's father. He doesn't care about his father, and honestly, bringing back the Saiyan race would have to include bringing back Planet Vegeta, and that wouldn't be worth it anymore. They are far beyond the point of caring about Planet Vegeta or anything like that, and he doesn't think that if they were brought back, that anything good would come of it. And, you know, honestly, bringing back even Goku's family, including Raditz, is one thing, because then Frieza would probably be like, don't you want your old partner Nappa back? And Vegeta's trying to throw a gesture at Kakarot because he turned the most evil emperor in the universe good. And Vegeta can't even believe he's here right now, you know? So honestly, this is more or less just for Kakarot. And to just make himself, forget about the fact that he even did have a father or anything like that. He doesn't care about his father or the Saiyan race anymore. He just tells Frieza that if he really wants to make up, do that for Kakarot. That's the least you could do. But bringing back the Saiyan race, it just wouldn't be worth it. They are far, 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 far outclassed at this point. But bringing back Kakarot's family, how strong he's gotten? Oh yeah, that's a definite bonus. They brought back Nappa. True, he could grow stronger, but one, he was growing old. And two, he was a complete and total fool, as Vegeta would explain to Frieza. And that's why he had to kill him. So, Frieza goes along with the plan to bring back Gine, Bardock, and Raditz. But Kami has been watching this all this time. Because remember, Piccolo and Kami did not fuse in this timeline. And Kami has been watching all this. And all the Dragon Balls are gathered. But Kami says the wish is almost next to nigh impossible. And says that, true, he could fuse with Piccolo and they could get a new Guardian and ultimately enhance the power of the Dragon Balls to actually bring back these people who have been dead for far too freaking long. Raditz way less than Bardock and Gine, but still. And then they could finally get a new Guardian since Kami feels like he has done his role. Like, he feels that he should replace his role as Guardian. But he says that he's not going to do that because there's no active threat. And the only reason that he was going to do this is if Frieza betrayed them and the androids grew to be too much of a threat. But when Frieza teamed with them and saved their entire universe and now is helping them for future threats, Kami feels that he needs to step up as the Guardian and there's no need to fuse with Piccolo. You know? And even though the life link between them is still going to be, connected and not completely severed, he feels that he can definitely make up for that by enhancing himself. So, he does summon the dragon, and he wishes for his youth. So, he makes himself young again and starts training, which in turn enhances Shenron. So they're able to make the wish without a hitch. And Bardock, Raditz, and Gine are all brought into the living world. And they're on Earth, and all of them are completely and utterly shocked. Raditz, because the last thing he remembered, he was killed by the Namekian, and Kakarot sacrificed himself. And Bardock and Gine, last thing they remember, they were getting blown up with their own planets. But they don't have time to register what's going on here on this planet. Or to even understand that they're all with each other, because Bardock sees instantly Frieza, and without a hitch, he powers up straight into Super Saiyan 3. You guys might be wondering, why the frick would Bardock be Super Saiyan 3? Well, you see, Bardock's been dead for a long time. So, naturally, as a Saiyan, he would have trained, beat up on other bad guys, and unlocked way past grade, Super Saiyans 1, 2, and into the cusp of 3. Matter of fact, Bardock's more probably granted and, powered with it, especially being dead, than Goku in this timeline. So he's pretty much like, Buu Saga level tier canon Goku for Super Saiyan 3, if that all makes sense. But I feel that he would still be weaker because, his base power was 10,000. But who knows? Anyways, he rushes towards Frieza in Super Saiyan 3, but Goku stops him. And Bardock, he can't believe it. It's his son, Kakarot. But he wants to know everything, what's happened, why is Frieza here, why are they all back, what's Raditz doing here, where is their planet, and what's going on? Because, they've been dead a long time, and an explanation is pretty much needed. And Goku explains every single little thing that Bardock needs to know since the planet Vegeta was destroyed. About the Saiyans, him coming to Earth, and being the person he is now, his fight with Frieza, how ultimately Frieza changed sides after he saved him. But Bardock isn't pleased with this. If anything, he's angry. He's back into his base form, but he's angry. He doesn't care if Frieza's good. He saw in those visions Kakarot was going to defeat Frieza. And here he is now. But then he also notices something different about Frieza. He's not in that first state that he was in whenever they met and they saw in his visions all those years ago. He's in another form, and Kakarot, or Goku and Frieza have to explain this, and Frieza says to Bardock, "Long time no see, Bardock." And just before Bardock can snap or even think on this more, a vision hits him. Visions that he has not seen since he died. So these visions are very laid back. So if anything, these visions are not telling the future at this moment, not right now. They're catching up to the future with Bardock. He sees Goku and Frieza fighting, and Goku becoming a Super Saiyan, and indeed, they would team up together and kill King Cold, Frieza's father, and everything that's happened up to this point. So, Bardock has no choice. Even though he doesn't really understand why him or everybody else is brought back, the Sun family completely reunites. Gine is utterly proud to see what her son, Kakarot, has grown into. Raditz is infuriated at first because it feels like a pity that he was resurrected. And the fact that Bardock's here, their relationship, all that stuff. But over time, they all learn to forgive and forget and get to understand what's happened after all this time and how a bunch of misunderstandings have led to them ultimately coming back together. Meanwhile, in space, a certain Frost Tyrant is finally closing in on Earth. But his army, the Cooler Force, doesn't come alone. They encounter another bunch of beings. It's Bobbity, Deborah, and the Majin army. And they say to Cooler, well, seems like you have yourself quite the vast army, which is very good. We, in fact, have an army ourselves for a specific task of bringing back an old friend. And we're also looking for something that will help us. We're looking for the man who once held siege in this universe by the name of Lord Frieza. And Cooler says, what a coincidence. I happen to be right at the planet that he is on. The traitor of my kind. My traitor's brother. It seems we both have a mutual understanding. And Cooler says that he is willing to make a deal with Bobbity, Deborah, and the Majin army. He will help them unlock and release this entity and be on their side and go onto Earth and get all this energy. And his army will be at Bobbity's helm without a hitch. But under one condition. Frieza is his to destroy. And whatever powers he has, Cooler is no subordinate, like these people seem to be. He has his own army, so he remains fully in control. And he gets Frieza to himself. If Bobbity and these people agree to this, they both and all have a mutual agreement. Bobbity should be ultimately ticked off at this guy's, behavior towards him, but if they have a mutual understanding and want to unlock Boo together, and Cooler's actually willing to work with him, he has a vast army, way more than Bobbity does. So Bobbity considers this a win, and with his magic, he works his charm. And even though the power of Bobbity's mind control is in Cooler, like Vegeta, he remains in control. So, because I feel that Bobbity would, yes, Bobbity is literally sick and evil to the core, but we saw even in the underworld, he was rooting for Goku. So, with all that said, and Vegeta's control and everything, I feel that having Cooler have control here would be good. It's a mutual agreement. So, all of Cooler's force with Sorbet, Shisami, Tagoma, all the soldiers are Majinized too. That's actually a really good word, Majinized. And Cooler's squadron are too. And with Bobbity's ship, they land on Earth and set up the ultimate plan to bring Majin Buu back. Bobbity tells Yamu and Spopovich, go to the tournament arena, get energy, and if you happen to encounter this Frieza and his band of Saiyan comrades, don't hesitate to steal their energy, or better yet, bring them to me. And we'll show them who the true rulers of this universe are. And with that, we enter into the Tournament of the Buu Saga and the entrance into the Majin Buu Saga with Cooler's force with them. With Frieza at the helm and so many things changing, and Cooler teamed up with Bobbity, will Buu be brought back and literally cause the story to fall into chaos? Or will this actually be no sweat at all like the androids and pretty much just be a one and done thing? Find out in part 8. Hey guys, Nick here. Welcome to the Omniverse of Nick and part 8 to What If Frieza Turned Good. before we get into today's episode, be sure to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse, and further acknowledge and support the future of the Omniverse by checking out the Patreon, Discord, and Google Doc in and on the homepage or the channel bio, as well as commenting future requests or expectations for this year. With all that said, let's get started. We ended last time with the 25th Budokai being set up and Cooler, and all the Cooler Force being on Earth also. Who participates in the tournament, you might ask? Well, half the cast should be obvious, but hey, we'll mention the whole cast just for clarity. Goku, obviously. Vegeta, with his metal appendages, his metal arms. Frieza, why not? And because he's the main focal point of the story. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, Piccolo, Goten, who's still born in this era, Kid Trunks, who is way more like future Trunks at this point because of Vegeta's, let's say, power being pulled from what it once was. Because with these metal appendages, Vegeta has to get used to fighting with them. Ergo, he has not been able to train nearly as hard in these 7 years as before. And he's not training as ruthlessly because, yes, he's trying to surpass Frieza and Goku, but because of his metal arms being there, that would hold him back. Ergo, Kid Trunks wants to train even more, and so is much like his future counterpart. Gohan still meets Videl and trains her for the tournament, and he enters himself, and is much stronger in this timeline, being able to actually stay keeping up on the training, and this in turn would have an effect on his Super Saiyan 2, and would almost push him to the likes of 3. Speaking of 3, Goku had False right before the androids, ergo, with Frieza around and Vegeta and all this other stuff, Goku would have mastered Super Saiyan 3 long before the Buu arc. Bardock thinks of entering as well, but he's conflicted by it. He tells everyone that he'll enter on one condition, which he sets out to do himself after answering or asking a few questions. Soon enough, Shenron is summoned. Before the tournament, this is all happening, by the way. And Bardock uses the Dragon Balls and Shenron to bring back his old crew who were killed by Dodoria and his men. Tora, Fasha, Shugesh, and Borgos. So, with Bardock's team all around, he and all of his team, after much needed training and explaining, they all enter the tournament. Gine, I feel, might enter, but she's not really a fighter. She never really was. So if she entered, I feel that she might, but for one thing, she's not entering for anything big. It would just be for maybe a small fight or two. So, if she didn't or did, it doesn't really matter. But hey, it'd be cool to see her enter. Raditz enters, and speaking of Raditz, bet you're wondering, if Bardock unlocked Super Saiyan 3, Raditz should have unlocked Super Saiyan past that, right? Well, the Buu Saga has, into the Buu Saga and much needed training, has made Raditz able to unlock Super Saiyan 3. So he has it too. So while everyone goes to the tournament, everyone prepares, everyone gets to the tournament, the children's division ends its conclusion with Goten and Trunks. But a certain someone is there. No, it's not Spopovich and Yamu. They're already there, as discussed prior. It's a frog. Ginyu's frog. And once he sees who all is there, his old Master Frieza, Ginyu doesn't know what to think. And seeing all this, all he can think about is just getting a body and seeing what has become of his master. Because he knows nothing about Cooler or King Cold or Frieza turning good. Heck, he doesn't even know anything about what's been going on. He's just been roaming the earth as a frog ever since he was warped here. So, He waits for an opportunity. Because of all the strong powers, I feel this might have attracted Ginyu's attention, who knows? And so while Goten and Trunks are fighting, Ginyu tries to seize the opportunity and goes for his patented change technique. And Supreme Kai sees this. Shin, whatever the frick you want to call him, or Naher as his real name is, he goes and sees what Ginyu's up to, and even though he doesn't know who Ginyu is, he sees the frog trying to do something right in the area of Goten and Trunks and uses an eye beam, and he kills Ginyu as a frog. So, yeah. And for those who might have seen or, been off to what Shin was doing, he just looks off or would say, nothing that concerns you people. So, really, Supreme Kai just saved them all. But Trunks wins against Goten, because obviously, and beats Hercule, who would not be near the level of world champion that he was in canon, because, he didn't kill Cell. But, yeah, he would still get beaten. Yamcha and Krillin would fight in the place of Pintar, replacing Yamcha replacing Pintar. Then Piccolo and Shin would fight, and that would pretty much go the exact same way. Except Piccolo might fight, because he didn't fuse with Kami in this timeline. So, I still think that he would drop out, because, knowing about the Kais and everything like that. But it's honestly debatable. I feel that he would drop out. Then we get to Videl and Spopovich. And at first, Videl's winning. But then Spopovich picks up the game. And unlike canon, Videl, as I've touched upon in our stories, if Gohan had trained harder, Videl would have been stronger. But in this time, that's not the central focus. Videl has trained, but not as hard as some of my other stories, and definitely not enough to outright beat Spopovich. Her and Spopovich are pretty much even, but Spopovich is a teeny little bit stronger. So, while that's going on, she is able to hold her own. It's just not enough. So Videl continues to attack, but Spopovich is just getting angrier and angrier at not being able to put her down while she's not able to put him down. It's a standstill. Yamu tells Spopovich to knock it off with the playing around and finish her at once. They have much more important things to do. So Spopovich launches at Videl and grabs her and starts to pick up pace in the battle. But right when he does this, Videl, with a teeny little bit of ki control, not a huge bunch because she's not like that in this story, unlike my Hercule story where she was very dominant. She uses a bit of ki to get him off, but Spopovich is far more unique with it and blasts Videl. So this actually puts her on the ground, but she's still able to stand. So we're right at the point of near the end of what would have been their canon fight, yet not quite there. But this is enough to get Gohan angry, power straight up, and go to launch, and this stops Spopovich and Yamu instantly, and pretty much goes to how it did in canon, with Spopovich throwing her out and everything. But Gohan's powered up way more here because he's also stronger. So Spopovich and Yamu see this and know that when the time is right, they will attack. So Videl gets healed in the hospital with the sensu bean, and Gohan and Kibito have their bouts. But when Gohan powers up and Spopovich and Yamu launch, Shin uses his paralysis, or, binding technique, and tries to freeze Gohan. But Frieza's there and points a finger, threatening Shin. Not really knowing who he is, and honestly just not caring, and tells Shin he wouldn't do that. Like, I wouldn't do that if I were you. And Shin is utterly terrified. Frieza? And you might be wondering, how would Shin not know that Frieza's, a good guy now? Well, Shin was a very lazy Supreme Kai. And, how he didn't stop Frieza way, 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 way earlier on. We can understand that Shin would not know about this. He didn't know about the Super Saiyans or how strong everybody else was. So why would I make him know if Frieza was good? He's utterly terrified, and he's on Earth? Is he teamed with Babidi? But before he has time to process this, Gohan breaks out of the small hold that Shin had, knocks away Spopovich, and grabs hold of Yamu. Kibito can't really do anything about this because all Kibito could do was basically heal and teleport and fly. That was literally it. Shin had the power mainly because Kibito was more of like a healing helper, or like one of the healing clans of the Mechians, if you will. I mean, they are the same race after all. But anyways, Shin now is angry because they just all stopped his plan of what they were going to do to, get to Majin Buu and everything in Babidi, which he doesn't tell them, and the fact that he thinks that Frieza's teamed with them. And now Piccolo tries to explain to Shin and tells everybody to stop, but it's too late. Frieza launches an instant death beam, and this kills Spopovich. And now Yamu is petrified with fear because now he's all alone and they didn't get a droplet of energy. The most they've gotten is from that girl, Videl. So Yamu tries to launch himself at Frieza, but Frieza just holds him in place with his paralysis. And now he's not going anywhere. Shin is honestly very, very conflicted here because Frieza's helping, and yet he's not on Babidi's side, but is he doesn't understand any of this. But Frieza goes forward to Yamu, who's frozen with the paralysis, and prepares to launch a death beam at him, and interrogates Yamu to tell him everything that he knows. Why is he here? Who is he with? And why did he try to steal Gohan's energy? And then he'll interrogate Shin later. Yamu is utterly petrified and barely coughs out anything before Frieza kills him. So, yeah, remember, Frieza's a good guy, but Piccolo and Vegeta remained brutal in their ways of interrogation and, laying down the law of the land. So Frieza, being a former emperor, you can't say he wouldn't do this. After all, he was an anti-villain in the Tournament of Power going onward, and still kind of is. So yeah, that's gonna stick here. And Yamu's killed, barely coughing up anything besides, Master Babidi, Majin Buu, something about brother, blah blah blah. Frieza barely pays mind to the brother part or anything else before he just kills Yamu. So now Shin, who's very conflicted, decides to spill off what he knows early about Majin Buu. And the Z Fighters in turn tell him about Frieza and that he's not a bad guy anymore. And they all explain that they have to, do something about this now that they don't have any leads on Spopovich and Yamu. But Yamu did cough up one thing, where the master that Yamu spit out about Babidi, Frieza or Piccolo, I feel, would have gotten at least a little bit of info on where the ship was, because pretty much if I didn't touch upon this in any other story, without Spopovich and Yamu, how would they know where the ship is? So this is a way to rectify what I might have made a mistake on in my other Dragon Ball stories. But I feel that I've pretty much never made a mistake. So I figured I'd clarify. I feel that something like Yamu spitting out the ship or anything like that would be disclosed, and Frieza or Piccolo would catch up on it. So, I bet you're wondering, what's going on at Babidi's ship since Cooler and Cooler's force has joined? How will the order of the ship go? I'm going to spoil that early, so you guys know who's going to be facing who, and the Z Fighters don't know about this yet. but you guys deserve to know. Here is a diagram that I made of who is on Bobity's ship and who is guarding it. 1,000 Frieza soldiers and beyond of all of Cooler's force is right at the entrance of the ship, guarding the entire perimeter. Stage 1 is still occupied by Pui Pui. Stage 2, Yakon. Stage 3, Sorbet, Tagama, and Shisami. Stage 4, Cooler and his squadron. And Stage 5, the final stage, is all the rest of the lower lackeys, Pui Pui's race, from planet Zune, along with Bobity and Deborah. So I just figured, since you guys already knew that Cooler and his force were with Bobity and everything, that you guys would like to know who the Z Fighters are going to have to prepare to face and in what order. But trust me, just because I revealed this, oh boy, you guys have not seen anything yet. Not even close. So Shin, knowing that they have a location, or at least a vague idea, says that Bobity might not have gotten energy here, but he does know, he'll know that Spopovich and Yamu have been killed. So they have to get to Bobity and stop him right now. So he asks all who will want to, still feeling very apprehensive around Frieza, to go and stop Bobity and Deborah and everybody. And with Frieza, Shin actually feels like they have a chance. Again, he always pretty much underestimated every single person and compared them to Frieza. So him thinking this means that Shin thinks they're pretty much invincible, which he has no idea. As you will see in this team, little picture it right here. Goku, Frieza, all of Bardock's crew, Fasha, Shugesh, Borgos, and Tora, Bardock, Raditz, Gohan, Piccolo, Tien, Yamcha, and Krillin all go with Shin and Kibito to Bobity's ship. What will they really be in store for once they get to Bobity's ship? Will they have their hands way more full than they think they do against just Bobity's men? Since Cooler and his force have finally made their presence known and have been homogenized. What will happen with all these people? Will Bobity actually lay his hands and get more servants and get Boo out of his cage? Or will this literally be so easy that Cooler and his force and all of this on Bobity's side means absolutely nothing? And with all that said, I'll see you guys in part 9. Hey guys, Nick here, and welcome to the Omniverse of Nick and part 9 to What If Frieza Turned Good. Before we get into today's episode, be sure to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse, and further acknowledge and support the future of the Omniverse by checking out the Discord, Patreon, and both Google Docs on the homepage, as well as commenting future requests and expectations in the comment section. With all that said, let's get started. Last time, we got into the entire group in this canon storyline. I say canon storyline, just storyline. Going with Shin and Kibito, since Frieza at least was able to decipher from Yamu before killing him, and Shin and Piccolo also helped, of the location of Bobity's ship, so that they can stop Boo from being resurrected. And look at the team here. But that doesn't mean everything is going to be peaches and cream. Far from it, if you know who Bobity has on his side, and the implications of the team that we have at our disposal. At Bobity's ship, the 1,000 Cooler Forced Squadron, who are now homogenized, guard the outskirts of the wasteland around the ship. And while Supreme Kai is figuring out more about Frieza and everything that's gone down on Earth, along with him explaining more and more about Majin Buu, one of the Majinized Frieza soldiers, or should I say, Cooler soldiers, tells Babidi that he picked up on his scouter that a lot of people are coming near this area. And it's a lot. And that can only mean that Spopovich and Yamu are dead. But Babidi says, while he appreciates the soldiers, reminder, he should have figured that Spopovich and Yamu would fail him. But this gives a perfect opportunity to get the energy that they deserve from these people, even if they can't kill them right now before they get to the ship. They can at least halt their efforts and snag some energy in the place of what they should have gotten from Spopovich and Yamu. So a little diversion is best suited. So, 50 of the Cooler Force Squadron is sent out to impede on our cast here. Shin detects this and sees a lot of figures approaching them from right in front of them, flying towards the group, and knows that Babidi must know that they're coming. But Tien halts the efforts of these 50 soldiers by using a single tri-beam and decimates them all in literally one attack. Babidi detects this, and from a very far off view of his ship and using his crystal ball, he knows that he should have expected this, especially from weak soldiers. But at least he knows how strong they are, and this could prove wonders for the energy that they will gain to resurrect Buu. Supreme Kai is looking hopeful here, and knows that once they reach the ship, their chances look pretty good, especially with the huge group here. Once they do reach it, all 950, and maybe extra, depending on what outskirts Cooler went to get even extra soldiers, and especially since Cooler's canon here, the extra ones, I'm just going to say 950, just for, clarity on the fact that after the 1,000, we never got a true estimated number of how many soldiers in the Frieza Force were left. We only got little bits and pieces of, outer skirts, stellar regions, and, other stuff like that. So basically 950 soldiers attack them all. And Frieza sees that these are his men, who used to be his men, and he smiles. He never expected to see them again. But also a part of him's getting a tiny little bit worried about why they're here. And at this point, every one of them has forgotten about Cooler, because they expected him around the time of the androids, keep in mind. So Frieza knows something's off here, but he's not remembering the fact about Cooler. I mean, even though it's his brother. But more or less, Frieza just smiles and thinks that the soldiers will go back to obeying him if they see that he's alive. But to no avail. The soldiers all look angry at Frieza and everyone around, and proceed to attack. So Frieza does these soldiers a duty and puts them out of their misery with a single death ball, showing that you don't disobey your former master and get away with it. And he shoots a single death ball and it kills all the soldiers instantly. Supreme Kai, once again, he's very apprehensive with Frieza, but he can understand now more and more that he's a good guy, even if he doesn't consider everybody friends. They're just allies. And also hearing about what Frieza's done for everybody, he trusts Frieza more than he initially thought. And since he compared literally all of Babidi's soldiers to Frieza, he thinks they're pretty much invincible at this point. So, with these 1,000 men dealt with already, who he didn't even know were under Bobity's control. And since they don't know about Deborah yet, they go into the ship to proceed to stop Bobity from resurrecting Boo. Now, Bobity is initially shocked at this, and this Frieza being revealed, and everything, and killing all these men, but he smiles, because he knows they won't get far to him or Deborah. They are in for way more of a surprise than they think, and Boo will be resurrected. So, the fighters get to stage 1 of the ship, where they encounter Pui Pui, who explains about the ship's layers and that their first opponent is him. And Shugesh, he volunteers to fight first. We're not going to do the whole rock, paper, scissors thing, because, look, even if they did that, that would take literally forever. Forever! And we have a much bigger group here, like a very huge group. And Shugesh, he wants to take pride in eliminating a Zune inhabitant, because he never even knew that the planet Zune had any more people left, let alone one controlled by an evil wizard. So he's going to take pride in beating this one himself. Pui Pui is shocked at this utter display of confidence and how this creature knows so much about his planet. But Pui Pui just laughs, thinking that this guy, this Saiyan Shugesh, is just making a grave mistake, not sending all of them to fight him at once and fighting alone. He won't even last 10 seconds. But Shugesh utterly proves him wrong by beating him so brutally and just outclassing him in every way. Pui Pui is on the defensive almost immediately because Shugesh is so brutal that he can barely even stomach himself to get proper hits on him. And soon enough, Bobity knows Pui Pui needs a home field advantage, literally, and sends them to planet Zune. But Shugesh is not affected by this. The whole 10 times stronger than Earth, like, bruh. Yeah, Shugesh just powers up a high energy attack and kills Pui Pui in a single attack, showing that he was toying with them the entire time. Not to say Vegeta wasn't in canon, but, you know, I'm just saying that Shugesh is also, even though he's nowhere near Buu Saga level tier canon Vegeta. But he's still strong enough to wipe the floor with Pui Pui. Bobity knows that now is a little bit of a time to worry a bit, but knows stage 2 will not be so easy for this group, and says Yakon is next. So they get to stage 2, and Yakon is their next opponent. Vegeta says that he will fight next. He hasn't had a good fight in a long time. He might not have his old Saiyan appendages anymore and is reduced to these metal contraptions, but since he's had so much training with them, knows how the weaponized arms work, and has mastered some form of actually very good combat with them, this monster is the first and best test subject. And he won't go easy on him. Not to say he would, but, you know. So Vegeta, with his metal arms, fights Yakon. And with Yakon's claws and Vegeta's arms, it's actually a really cool fight to see. And we can say that Vegeta would actually have blades attached to these arms. And Vegeta with metal arms in general, that would be awesome to see this fight play out. Metal arms and claws and weapons and just pure Saiyan strength versus Yakon's claws and big brutish monster nature. It'd be cool. It'd be awesome to see. But Vegeta's much more on point than Goku was at the beginning of this fight. Is actually taking Yakon, like, pretty freaking... He's putting him on the back burner. You know? So Yakon is sent to his home world, the planet of darkness. And Vegeta just goes Super Saiyan, and Yakon tries to absorb, but unlike Goku, Vegeta just powers up even more. And with his metal arms, he fuels even more energy. So Yakon not only blows up like he did, he blows up within the second that energy gets into his mouth. It took like 5 seconds before Goku's energy blew him up. This time it takes 2. So, yeah. So, after that, Babidi looks at the gauge to see if maybe they have enough energy that throughout all these fights might be close to Boo. Maybe. But, nope. The gauge is only at 44%. And now, Babidi is starting to see now's the time to worry. And says, if they really want to resurrect Majin Buu, playtime is over. It's time to show these fools that they don't mess with the wizard Babidi or the Majin army and get away with it. And Sorbet, Shisami, and Taguma are next. But Bardock eliminates them by himself instantly. He doesn't even need to go serious in his base form, let alone even Super Saiyan. Babidi is now scared at this point, because that barely even moved the gauge an inch. It didn't even get them half full. But Cooler says not to worry, because on the next stage, stage 4, they have to get past not only him, which Frieza and everyone won't be expecting him, but his armored squadron. If they really want to get to Lord Babidi and Tabora, they'll have to get through him, Lord Cooler. And at this point, Supreme Kai is very, very pleased with their efforts and thinks that there's no way Majin Buu's getting resurrected. They have this in the bag. But then they get to stage 4. And Cooler's armored squadron, Dore, Naiz, and Salza, make themselves known. And Frieza, he can't believe it. Now he knows. All those soldiers, his 3rd Stellar Region army, now he knows. Cooler. That's why he didn't show up for such a long time. He ran into this wizard. And now he's here. Oh, and now it's all starting to come together. Nate and everyone of Cooler's armored squad wastes no time after Frieza discovers this. Naze shoots his binding wave, and Salza gets out his blade, and Yamcha is instantly killed. They don't even give him a chance to fight. Dore targets Krillin, and yep, he is instantly killed as well. Because Cooler's armored squad are way too much for Krillin and Yamcha. Cooler makes himself known. And Frieza is very angry when he sees Cooler come out of the doorway. And really, he should have known all along that this encounter was going to happen. And Cooler makes himself known right up against the door, coming out after his soldiers killed Krillin and Yamcha, and says to Frieza, well, brother. You look a little surprised to see me. You didn't honestly think that we would never cross paths after you killed Father and betrayed our race, did you? And I see you're surprised by my new upgrade. You thought you would never encounter me. Well, I didn't think I would encounter another person who had you on their bucket list. So, we formulated a little alliance. I have no part in wanting to be this wizard's subject. My only goal is to take you down and avenge the fallen Frost Tyrant army in my name, the Cooler Force. And he reshapes his mask and says to Frieza, he should have just remained emperor and fought the Saiyan like a true emperor, because now he's going to do what he and Father could never do, which has ruled this universe with an iron frost fist. And Frieza, he's the first target, besides these two little earthlings. And Frieza smiles. And Cooler wasn't expecting this response. But Frieza just smiles, saying that, you know, you might have gotten yourself an upgrade, gotten yourself this fifth form, and showed your superiority over me all those years ago. But if there's anything that the Saiyan taught me in return to being, quote unquote, an ally, instead of a cold-blooded mercenary, it's that I can become stronger myself. And you think you're the only one with an upgrade? Your new little mark on your head doesn't even come close to my power. And within a few seconds, he transforms into true Golden Frieza. And all of the ship's interior of Stage 4 is lit up with golden aura. And everyone around the ship is shocked at this power. Because this is, like I said, by this point, past the Android arc, this is past Super Vegito at this point. This is right around, this is very, 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 very close to, Dragon Ball Super level, Goku base form tier, in Battle of Gods. So, he is right very, very close to his Resurrection F power in golden form. So, yeah. Bobbity is utterly terrified at this power. Because he wasn't expecting this. He was expecting him to have the same power as his brother Cooler here. Not literally outshine, literally and figuratively, that power in every sense. It's even starting to break his ship. Frieza just smiles and says that Cooler's not the only one who underestimated him. And these friends of his, quote unquote, aren't the only ones either. His little master Bobbity, who Cooler downgraded himself as an emperor to join, he underestimated him too, which will be the first and last mistake of encountering Lord Frieza. And the fight continues, but now in the favor of the Z-Fighters. Piccolo kills Nice, and Tien shoots a tri-beam straight at Dore, who tries to block, but the tri-beam is too strong, and it kills him on contact. Tora and Fasha team up to blast Salza, who manages to tank the attack from these two with his blade and tries to push it back with his other arm, but it's too late. Borgos transforms into a Super Saiyan and ultimately pushes his own attack with Tora and Fasha's and kills Salza. Frieza shoots a barrage of ultimately the biggest death beams you would see up until this point. These death beams are ferocious and very fast. And very large. Cooler, even in his fifth Majin form, wasn't accounting for his brother being this strong. He tries to blast, he tries to block, he tries to tank the beams with his hands, and tries to move. But every attempt, he's just pierced and blasted and completely and totally stuck still. He can barely even get out of the way. And soon, the blasts actually start to impale him through the arms, through the torso, through his shoulders, through his feet, everywhere. And some are getting very close to his neck and head, and they're actually piercing parts off of his body. Not actual appendages like his arms or legs or anything, but parts of his tail, and it's getting bad. He is getting utterly outclassed. And soon, he can't even move. And he's clutching his stomach, clutching parts of his body, and just waiting for his brother to just kill him. But all of this has actually angered Frieza. To think that his brother was there all this time and is just mocking him, waiting for the kill, and how he mocked him all those years ago. All these memories of his brother, present, past, and future, are actually starting to get to Frieza, and he's starting to revert back to his old self. And now, for the first time in a very long time since Cell, he's going for the kill. And right before he's about to shoot a death beam and kill his brother, that was the signification that signed his death wish. A immense purple evil aura begins to consume Frieza and flare across the entire ship, because all of these feelings bubbling within Frieza and all of what's been going on, it gave Bobbity the perfect opportunity to make Frieza his slave. So, we get Majin Golden Frieza. With Golden Frieza basically outshining everybody in this story, Goku being the closest one to being any sort of match, and now that he's under Bobbity's control, with Cooler and Deborah still at Bobbity's helm, is Boo just fated to resurrect at this point? Or can they somehow still stop this and stop Frieza? Or is everything over at this point? And Frieza, now that he's gone back to the bad side, will he ever come back? And do our heroes even have a chance? Stay tuned for part 10. Hey guys, Nick here, and welcome to the Omniverse of Nick, and part 10 to What If Frieza Turned Good. Now, before we get into today's episode, be sure to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick, and further acknowledge and support the future of the Omniverse by checking out the Patreon, Discord, and both Google Docs on the homepage, as well as commenting future requests and expectations for this year. With all that said, let's get started. Last we left off, Cooler, with the last effort besides Deborah to help Bobbity resurrect Majin Buu. But he had one more ace up his sleeve. Frieza gave in to his old rage, his old killing, and his old self while fighting his brother. And that gave Bobbity the perfect opening to seize control. Now we have Majin Golden Frieza, and he's literally stronger than everyone. Goku being the closest, barely, to possessing near enough power as Frieza, because Frieza was already the strongest ever since he unlocked the golden form during the androids, with Goku being very close, but no cigar, especially after the Buu arc started, and the fact that Bobbity has now made him a minion. This Frieza, oh, he is just on another level. This Majin Golden Frieza now possesses about the same level of power that Golden Frieza did in his Resurrection F state. So yeah. This is Buu arc, by the way, so it makes it worse. Bobbity is just jumping up and down in his head with joy that now he has another minion, the strongest one in the entirety of planet Earth, and at his disposal, Buu's resurrection is nigh. And Cooler recovers himself and composes to see that his brother is now under the influence, and unlike him, who gave himself voluntarily and has kept control, Frieza gave in to the evil temptations and darkness of his once very evil mind. So unlike him, Frieza has no control, and Babidi has complete control. So now, while Cooler recovers from being almost brutally killed, injured, and completely dismembered, all Cooler, Babidi, and Deborah can do for the moment is watch to see what Frieza does. And Babidi and Deborah say to Cooler, best to just watch for now, especially considering that Frieza is stronger than all of them and all of the Z fighters. They can just sit back and watch as Frieza resurrects Boo for them. Frieza laughs a maniacal, twisted, and just completely unrecognizable laughter and says, now, the time of his revenge is nigh. Goku is just angry and can't believe after all he did to make Frieza good, he let himself get controlled by Babidi and tells Frieza to stop this. There is no more revenge, and he needs to understand who he is and remember what he has become after all this time. But Golden Frieza just smiles and says, oh, he understands very clearly. He understands that he should have killed Goku back on Namek and betrayed him like he was planning. Then he would be the one instead of all these people around, and he would be in control. Back then, he could have killed him, but he chose to just humor the Saiyan's offer of mercy in helping him. Matter of fact, he should have let himself get cut by his own attack instead of wishing to get saved by someone who he knows is beneath him, now more than ever. Goku is just very serious at this point and says to Frieza he doesn't know what he's talking about. And he doesn't know what Frieza fully means by half of that, but he knows Frieza's lying. But Frieza just smirks and evilly, cruelly laughs again and says he's never been more clear about anything in his life, and that he should have not only killed him, but all of his little Earth friends, just like he blew up his little bald friend Krillin. And Goku's had enough at this point. We all know how he reacted when Frieza mentioned it like that before. That's bad memories brought to the surface again. Goku instantly, angrily turns into Super Saiyan 3 and holsters himself to fight Frieza, brutally and seriously, for the first time since Planet Namek. Babidi knows that if they fight like this, especially Frieza, the ship is gone, and Boo will be brought back prematurely. So he uses his magic and transports Frieza and Goku to a wasteland, where Goku wastes no time and gets the first attack, elbowing Golden Frieza right in the chest. But that's the last time that Goku lands a blow, because after that, Majin Golden Frieza holsters himself and is toying with Goku. Super Saiyan 3 Goku in this timeline might be near strong enough to combat Majin Golden Frieza, or at least Golden Frieza, but this is Majin true Golden Frieza. Literally the strongest being in the universe right now, aside of frickin' Barris and Whis. So, yeah, at this point, it's just no contest. That was the only blow he's able to land. And if there were others, Goku would have to rely on strategy more than attack, and even that is almost no contest. Supreme Kai just cannot believe what is happening, and that he's scared Boo's resurrection it's happening. Deborah and Cooler then proceed to attack all the rest of the Z fighters with their guards down. And fifth form Majin Cooler powers up to an even greater level. 100% Majin 5th form Cooler. So now, the Z Fighters are in a little bit of trouble. But Gohan powers up to his maximum Super Saiyan 2 and proceeds to fight them both off. Deborah tries to spit on Gohan. Gohan pretty much being the strongest one here for the most part, besides like Bardock and Vegeta. But Bardock helps Gohan and powers into Super Saiyan 3, helping his essentially grandson, which would be an awesome tag team attack. And he powers 2 huge blaster attacks. And with that, Deborah is able to barely defend it with his blade. But Cooler receives the full impact and dies within just a few seconds. And let's be honest, he was almost completely dead by Golden Frieza. And him powering to 100%, even if he was maybe healed by Bobbity, depending on how nice he is, Cooler, we can just assume he would be dead at this point. And Deborah is almost completely killed by the attack. He was barely able to defend. But Piccolo seizes the opportunity and special beam cannons Deborah, puts him out of his misery. But Bobbity, he could not be more elated. Golden Frieza, now his pet, and the likes of Deborah and Cooler doing all this, and all of his minions beforehand, have finally gotten the power he needs to resurrect Majin Buu. And he looks into his crystal ball and sees everybody, and now he knows this is the perfect chance. And uses his magic and teleports to a wasteland. Not the same wasteland or mountain range that Goku and Frieza are in, but just outside the ship. And Shin just looks on and says to everyone else, Buu is about to be resurrected, and they have to stop Bobbity. Meanwhile, Goku tries over and over again to fight Frieza. But Golden Frieza, especially as a Majin, is completely given away by anger, fury, and revenge. All of what made him who he was back then. And is barely even tanking damage from anything Goku throws at him. That one blow was almost all that Goku was able to damage Frieza with. And soon enough, Goku, even at his best Super Saiyan 3 over usage of it is just not enough. And soon enough, he's beginning to get seriously crippled. And even he knows he should have expected this from Frieza. And maybe training so hard with him has truly come back to backfire, because he has no answer. And Frieza, he knows this, and says to Goku he should have never spared him that day. It might not have come back to bite him. He was too strong back then for his own good, that it made him overconfident. And it eventually led to this moment. One of the strongest once powerful Saiyans in the cosmos, felled by someone he spared. How pitiful does that feel? And he won the battle, but he lost the war. And all of those thoughts that he thought about killing him back then on that dying planet have finally come to fruition. And he gets even more angry and says that he's going to enjoy this far more than he should. And the wizard, he's just the startup. Lord Bobbity was just that final twist in fate that has now given him the perfect advantage to kill Goku. And with that said, he prepares a final golden death beam to kill Goku. But Goku has one more trick up his sleeve, and the ultimate trump card that he used on Namek before Super Saiyan consumed his soul. Super Saiyan 3 Kaioken. Now I know you guys are probably like, how in the bloody frick would he be able to do this? He wasn't even able to use Super Kaioken unless he was dead. Well, with how much he mastered Super Saiyan 3, how much he utilized it with Frieza, even if he can't fully utilize this, it's the ultimate trump card. And Frieza cannot believe it. That same red aura, that same Kaioken, he's able to use it in the Super Saiyan 3 state? And Super Saiyan 3 Kaioken Goku rushes at Frieza. And Golden Frieza rushes in response. But just then, he breaks out of his golden form. That can't be! He must have been using too much energy. He might not be truly injured against Goku, but that one punch and the few strategic attacks and moves and Kamehamehas and all that, and the Majin consumption of True Golden Frieza, he must have broken out of stamina and energy more than he thought. He's not crippled, but he must have ran out of stamina more than he thought. But Goku, he breaks out of his Kaioken Super Saiyan 3 too, because he's way more crippled and out of stamina than Frieza. And he holds out his hand to Frieza, knowing that they're both out of energy and through with this fight, and says that he forgives him, just as he did back then. He's not the enemy. Frieza has to know that. And Frieza, flashbacks begin to ensue. Super Saiyan Goku, him sparing Frieza, all of what they've done up until now, and Majin Frieza begins to fight with himself and begins to see what has become of him, what happened to him. It's like a 50-50 fight, and Goku really feels bad for him, but he knows that everybody else is in trouble, and he felt that Cooler and Deborah's keys went down, but a huge one is about to erupt. He knows it's Majin Buu. They cannot fight anymore. And Frieza even knows this behind the whole getting controlled by Babidi thing. And they both head towards the area where everybody is. Shin and everybody else has tried to stop Babidi, but with his magic, it's no use. The ball containing Majin Buu is brought into the fold and begins to erupt in a huge ball of smoke. Majin Buu is resurrected. Now, with Majin Buu, and Frieza still is a kind of slave, yet fighting with his urges to still kill Goku, is he even still a threat anymore? Or is Frieza back on our side? And how will Buu be dealt with in this timeline? Or is he even a threat at all? And is there anyone Babidi can still use? Or is the Buu saga officially over before it really gets going, even though it kind of has? Find out in part 11. Hey guys, Nick here, and welcome to the Omniverse of Nick, and part 11 to What If Frieza Turned Good. Like always, before we begin today's episode, be sure to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse, and further acknowledge and support the future of this channel and the Omniverse by checking out the Discord, Patreon, and both Google Docs on the homepage, as well as requesting future what ifs and expectations, and so on in the comments section. With all that said, let's get started. Last we left off, Buu had been resurrected after Frieza became a golden Majin. Cooler and Deborah are dead, and Buu and Babidi have fully unleashed themselves, and Buu prepares to unleash himself against all the fighters, and Frieza and Goku have made their way to the battlefield. And Babidi proceeds to thank Frieza and everyone concerned. Without them, he would have never been able to bring Buu back to life, and he has Frieza especially to thank. He would have never thought that Cooler teaming up with him would have resulted in not only getting his brother on his side, but both ultimately turning to Buu being brought back so easily. he didn't think he would get him at all. But Frieza definitely delivered with that golden power of his. Now, he has no more use for him. Boo is his main target. Frieza angrily yells to Babidi, Lord Frieza is commanded by no one. And he powers to Golden and rushes towards Babidi and Boo. But Babidi just holds his hands out and says Frieza forgot one thing. He's still his puppet. And Babidi flares his eyes and Frieza proceeds to puff up and explode. So yeah, Frieza gets Spopovich's death here. And it's ironic because Frieza killed Spopovich. So you could call this karma? Question mark? But yeah, he's still under Babidi's command, so yeah, it's surprising that Babidi didn't do this to Vegeta. But, we're not really going to dive into that. But Goku, everybody's in pure shock and silence here. Goku especially. But this silence isn't just sadness or a bit of anger. This is fury. Because not only did Frieza turn bad again, and he had to bring him back, but now he's gone. Frieza has died for the first time. No mecha, nothing. Just pure dead. And Goku's just looking down in fury. No one knows what to expect or is even looking at Goku. But then everyone feels a humongous power. And Goku erupts into a furious, angry Super Saiyan 3 amazing aura that shakes the entire foundation of the wasteland. You thought Super Saiyan 3 Goku's power in canon was rough? Dude, with his training with Golden Frieza, this Super Saiyan 3 is near, Buhan / inching very, 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 very close to Vegito. So, yeah. Like I said, Goku's not that far off from Golden Frieza, except kind of, because he had to pull Super Saiyan 3 Kaioken and was lucky to not be killed by Majin Golden Frieza. But he erupts with this power and charges the biggest and most furious Super Saiyan 3 Kamehameha we have ever seen. And he fires it right at Babidi and Boo. Now, Boo does regenerate this, but like Vegeta's final explosion, except this beam and explosion's bigger, it would take him just a tiny bit longer than Vegeta's canonical final explosion to regenerate. So he's almost completely wiped out. Babidi is able to barely get out of the way and shun himself with a barrier, but he's on death's door. Very, very much more so than the final explosion, because it was both that and the likes of Piccolo, which almost brought him on death's door. So yeah, this is kind of worse. And Supreme Kai points and looks down at Babidi and says that his time is up. And with a single chop, Babidi is killed. Goku rushes at Boo when he regenerates and just starts beating the absolute crap out of him. Super Saiyan 3 Goku is consumed by rage. Boo tries to mimic the Kamehameha, but Goku doesn't even let him. He just breaks through it and keeps mercilessly attacking him, not even giving him a chance. He's blasting, he's punching, he's kicking, he's just throwing, mercilessly attacking Boo. And we haven't seen this rage from Goku in a long, long time. Well, I mean, besides fighting him against Majin Golden Frieza, but that's beside the point. But all of Goku's rage has in turn made Boo angry. So angry, Evil Boo is released. And at this point, Goku's fury, and the fact he's starting to snap out of it barely, enables him to go Super Saiyan 3 Kaioken. But Goku made a big mistake doing this. He drops not to base form, but to Super Saiyan, because the rage is still there. But he can't maintain Super Saiyan 3 Kaioken, let alone even 2 at this point, because he was fighting Frieza and used Super Saiyan 3 Kaioken and dropped out, and only got the Super Saiyan 3 and everything because of adrenaline and rage, used almost all his power with the Kamehameha, and then overbursted it by attacking Buu, and then Super Saiyan 3 Kaioken. It's like, just like before, against Majin Golden Frieza, except he doesn't even get to rush. He literally powers in and out and goes into Super Saiyan. So yeah, he's not doing any fighting. And while this is going on, Majin Buu, the fat one, and Evil Buu don't even pay attention to this power and drop of Goku or any of the fighters. They just start fighting each other like cannon. And Buu tries to use the candy beam, and Evil Buu reflects it, but at this point, everybody knows that fat one, they know that if this evil one absorbs this fat one, who's seemingly on their side and didn't do anything bad yet, that could pose grave danger. And clearly, this evil one's the one to watch out for. And even Goku knows this. Everybody around the area knows this. So Piccolo, Shin, and Tien all reverse Evil Boo's reversal of the candy beam back to him, so it's a reversal of a reversal. And Evil Boo turns into chocolate. And they wait. They wait to see if the fat one is going to attack them. They're just expecting it. Maybe they made the bad decision. But Fat Boo just eats the chocolate and he doesn't do anything. He's not evil. And Shin begins to pick up with Kami that not only is the Grand Kai in there and the South Supreme Kai really influencing Boo, and they can't really do anything about it, but they know because of that and the evil one's essence going away forever, not only does this mean that we'll never see Kid Boo ever in this story, or at all ever again, but this means that the threat of Majin Buu was safely prevented by reversing the reversal of the candy beam into that evil Boo. So, all they have to do now is reverse the damage of Babidi and everybody else. So they summon Shenron and everything is restored and everybody who died is resurrected. Obviously, aside from the bad ones. So when Frieza's resurrected, he looks at Boo, who is just laughing and, being himself. And honestly, this could make way for some fighters scenes where we had those game interactions. And Frieza gets angry at Majin Buu, but Goku calms him down, explains everything, and is just really happy to see Frieza back and everything. And Frieza says the same, and he honestly apologizes for letting himself get so, angry at his brother that he clouded his own judgment for getting this far. And now he thinks he can safely call Goku and everybody else friends. They're no longer just allies to him. And Shin is actually very glad now that he can trust Frieza, because pretty much he was the only one who couldn't, to be really frank. And he also says to everyone he's willing to offer this to anyone who wants to. Training with the Z-Sword. First, Vegeta begins to say something, but then Shin looks at both his metal arms and says he thinks he can do something about that. And Shin uses his powers and restores Vegeta's hands. Vegeta hasn't had his arms back since they were ripped from him from 19. So the fact he's getting his own limbs back? This is amazing! He was beginning to get used to his metal attachments, but having his arms back, his pride is finally restored. And Vegeta has never felt happier. And says he's going to join this training with the Z-Sword as a little token of appreciation for the Supreme Kai giving him his pride and his hands back. And he just completely forgets he ever had his robot arms back, or, had them in the first place. Gohan is going to join the training, Piccolo and Tien. So all of them proceed to use the Z-Sword and take turns, but then Shin recommends the Kachin, Elder Kai gets released, and then we get the ritual. Mystic or Ultimate Piccolo, Mystic or Ultimate Gohan, Mystic or Ultimate Vegeta, and Mystic or Ultimate Tien. The reason I went through those two things is because people like to use Mystic or Ultimate, so yeah, that's what they all get. They all get this power over the course of this time skip. Meanwhile, at King Kai's, Goku, at this point, Super Saiyan 3 has been long since mastered. If the Buu Saga didn't do it, he's fully mastered it here. And continues to train with Frieza. On this planet specifically, they backed out of the Z-Sword training, because Goku and Frieza are on their own path, especially after the Buu arc has taught them a lot, especially about their new powers. So Goku continues to train with Super Saiyan 3 as a base, and that's only because he wants to try and go through Super Saiyan 3 Kaioken, which in my opinion is the coolest fan-made transformation that literally should have came to fruition. And Frieza trains with the Golden form, which is honestly past since mastered with the True Golden, but that's not why he's training with this form as a base. He also unlocks the 5th form of his brother, and then proceeds to use 100% in his Golden form, his True Golden. So he's pretty much trying to maximize anything he can to make himself stronger. And King Kai, honestly, he never would have expected Frieza to be training on his planet with Goku and everything that has happened. But considering all of what has happened, Frieza's more than redeemed himself, even if Babidi really made him think twice about it. But since King Kai's planet wasn't destroyed, and Frieza's more than made up for what he thought was, everything he told Goku and everyone else about during Namek, and the fact that he's not dead, a lot has made King Kai way more nicer and way more on the prospect of looking into things more clearly. So he doesn't care. They can train on this planet for as long as they want, provided they don't destroy it. But one day, he's not the same. For he gets a message from Shin that someone has just awakened, and that they need to keep Goku, Frieza, and everyone else away from him. Especially Frieza. Beerus has awoken. Now, with Frieza alive, and since Beerus said that if he crossed paths with him again, he'd wipe him out, but surprisingly didn't in Resurrection F, or anything like that in Super, will he actually wipe him out here? What about the Super Saiyan God and everything like that? What will happen later down the line, especially after Battle of Gods, since Frieza's actually alive and good here? And into Super and the rest of the timeline? How will the story shape into what will soon be the ending? Find out in part 12. Hey guys, Nick here, and welcome to the Omniverse of Nick and part 12 to What If Frieza Turned Good. Before we get into today's episode, be sure to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse, and further acknowledge and support the future of the Omniverse by checking out the Discord, Patreon, and both Google Docs on the homepage, as well as commenting down below future requests and what if ideas. Now, let's get started. We ended last time with Beerus awakening. And this time, Frieza isn't dead, so Whis' iteration of what has happened is very different with Beerus. Although in all my other what ifs, that's kind of pretty much always the case. But this is the first real one that Frieza has been not killed. And that's why it would be much more dramatically changed. Especially when he tells Beerus that not only is the Saiyan who spared him on North Kai's world, but Frieza's there too, along with a number and handful of Saiyans on planet Earth. Beerus, he couldn't be more overjoyed. and surprised. Because now not only will he get to destroy Frieza, but he'll get the Super Saiyan God at the same time. And he tells Whis to plot a course for North Kai's world. And so, they go on their way. King Kai, immediately upon learning of this, along with, Shin and Kibito and everything, immediately he immediately warns Goku and Frieza, mainly Goku, to not anger, disturb, insult, fight, or do any of that with Beerus, or they risk incurring his wrath. And he points to Frieza and says that you know more than anyone what Lord Beerus is capable of. And you've got to make sure that not only you don't do anything to make him angry, but that Goku doesn't. And Frieza remembers back to the day when he was told by Beerus to destroy the Saiyans, and that in turn made us all Super Saiyan and the story we know to be a thing. And if he revealed it to everyone, it would ruin everything that he's built. And if Beerus reveals it, that's Beerus's decision. Him not revealing it could, make things infinitely worse if it didn't slip out already before then. But that all being said, he knows more than anyone what angering the destroyer Beerus could mean for the universe. No matter if he and everyone else in the Saiyans have grown infinitely stronger than anything they could imagine, Beerus's level, Frieza knows that there's probably no limit to how fearsome that cat is. And soon enough, Beerus and Whis arrive on King Kai's world. And Frieza, he cannot believe it. Beerus is actually awake? And they're here? And Beerus just smiles at Frieza and says that you might have destroyed planet Vegeta as I asked, which he would reveal. I definitely think he would, considering the format and planning and just, Frieza being alive here all links to Beerus revealing this, not knowing that Goku is here on the planet too. But he says that you might have done that for me. But that offer is now repented by teaming with the Saiyans, and even sparring with one on the planet of Akai. That is dishonor to what I specifically told you to do. But, luckily, I need a Super Saiyan God to be my ultimate rival. So the Saiyans are in luck. You, on the other hand, he prepares a full-power Hakai, but it looks so small you wouldn't think that it's a huge one. But it's meant to not only vaporize Frieza, it's meant to disintegrate any trace of the area in front, around, or anywhere near Frieza. So, because he already destroyed North Kai's world once, he has no intention of regretting doing it again. So, you'd think Beerus is about to destroy Frieza here with this seemingly small Hakai, but he doesn't get the chance. Goku attacks and kicks at his full power Super Saiyan 3. His power right now is on leagues with base form Battle of Gods Goku in Super Saiyan 3. Before, the ritual and everything. That's where he's at this point in the story. So this attack hurts Beerus. And Frieza, he cannot believe it. Not only did Goku just attack the destroyer of this universe that he even would never do, but he did it so fast. It was so instant. And this infuriates Beerus, which Frieza all too well expected. And there's no way to tell Goku to stop now. And Beerus just hides his anger, even though it's plainly obvious, with aura sparking and disintegrating small parts of the planet and the area around. And he flies straight towards Goku and says, "You just made the biggest mistake of your life, mortal. You might be a Saiyan, but that attack actually hurt. Unfortunately for you, you kicked the wrong person. But he then holsters himself up into a fighting stance as a reward for actually hurting me and showing you're no ordinary Saiyan. You'll get to see a little bit of my power and see what a true kick feels like. He then goes to 10% of his power right then, delivers a kick which sends Goku not only flying way beyond the perimeter of King Kai's world, but pretty much right near King Yama's palace, all the way past Snake Way, all the way past King Yama's palace. This is a very serious 10% kick from Beerus, and we could full on expect this to be the case. And Frieza, he just says screw it at this point. Transforms from full power to fifth form in a second, and then filters himself to golden within another second. So he just goes through all of his forms in the manner of a few seconds. But Beerus, he cannot believe that Frieza's power, he knew that he was weak. He was nowhere near his level all those years ago. But he just cycled through all these new forms and everything. In the original, he was not impressed at all, bar maybe a little bit in Resurrection F. Here, this would actually bother him, because Golden Frieza in this time is leagues ahead of true Golden Frieza in the Tournament of Power. So this actually scares him. But Frieza powers himself to go rush forward and attack, but Beerus says to stop, and that he's seen enough. And Goku has then flown back and is very injured from that kick, but is flown back, but is very injured and is in base form. But Beerus says he's not going to kill them. And Frieza, he'll spare his life, because he never would have expected the Emperor of the Universe to not only become so strong as to actually surprise him, but team with these Saiyans, and one of them actually grew so strong to actually hurt him. So, if they get the Super Saiyan God, he'll spare all of them, and they can train with him. But if not, he's going to show what no mercy truly feels like. So they go to Earth, and Whis informs Beerus on their way there of all the Saiyans and everything that's happened, and that he meant to tell Beerus, but he figured why not go to North Kai's and sort that stuff out first. When they get there, Saiyan galore. First, Beerus, I feel, might have an interaction with Bardock, considering Bardock was the final one to rebel against Frieza on planet Vegeta. So I feel that they would have an interesting reaction. And who wouldn't want to see Bardock and Beerus interact? It's something that I really feel would have been made for a very in-depth and, sort of like a King Vegeta kind of vibe-ish feel, since Beerus knew King Vegeta. And then Beerus talks to Vegeta himself and figures out what he's been up to, as well as all the other Saiyans. And then Beerus meets the Guardian of Earth, Kami. And yeah, although Beerus and Piccolo had no interactions whatsoever, Piccolo just, helped fight Beerus. Kami, however, would recognize Beerus as, the highest level of deity that he could have ever imagined, and truly respects him, and, and would be much unlike Piccolo, and shows no intention of ever fighting him ever, and puts himself out there as a deity himself, and the guardian of this planet. And Beerus would have to hand a little bit of respect towards that. A Namekian as the guardian of a planet. Nice. Soon enough, they celebrate Bulma's birthday party. And Boo is there. And they start to get into a little incident about the pudding. And Frieza and Kami know what's going to happen. And since Kami and Frieza and so many other people are there, they're not going to fight here. Nothing big is going to happen. Beerus is just getting slightly irritated since, they force Boo to give the pudding, basically. So Beerus gets his pudding, and even if he didn't, and Kami and Frieza and everyone were able to calm him down and everything, Beerus says, regardless, he wants the Super Saiyan God, and he wants it now. Otherwise, it's all done. He's done. The planet's destroyed. Everybody dies. So Shenron is summoned, and we find out the ritual for the Super Saiyan God. And Videl is actually going to hide her pregnancy. Because if it wasn't plainly obvious among every sense of the word, we have way more than enough Saiyans, but way, way, way more than you might think. We have a total of 12 Saiyans. Bardock, Raditz, Gine, Borgos, Fasha, Shugesh, Tora, Kid Trunks, Goten, Gohan, Vegeta, and Goku. So this means we have enough Saiyans for not one, but 2 rituals. And everybody knows this, and everybody notices this. So we get 2 Super Saiyan gods. And who is that out of the 12 here? Goku and Gohan. I mean, it should have been obvious. It could have been Vegeta, but hey, Goku and Gohan, because we gotta give Gohan something in the story, and he's gonna be slowly picked up here too. And this is the perfect moment to actually make a true father and son Super Saiyan God tag team effort against the God of Destruction. And Beerus is actually forced to use near his full power, 70%, almost right off the bat. And Whis, this fight is so universally epic. You thought Goku and Beerus' fight in canon almost broke the universe? Whis has to literally create a barrier around the universe and a shield of protection around it just to stop it from collapsing, because that's how strong this Goku and Gohan and Beerus all are. They almost break the freaking universe. And Goku and Gohan are forced back to their base forms, but they don't grow weaker. The god powers infused within them. And at this point, Beerus has to use pretty much his full power. And Gohan uses his ultimate form and Goku Super Saiyan. And by this point, Beerus actually, I'm going to give Beerus a new technique. Something taken from the games, but something I feel that really fits here. 2 huge spheres of destruction. And he actually almost breaks his limits with 100%, but is pretty much right at the boundary of 100%. And at the end of it all, Gohan and Goku can't fight anymore, but they know they've given Beerus way more than a run for his money and could still go. But Beerus says he's way more than sure. These 2, divided or together, are truly worthy of his attention, rivalry, and training. So, he's pleased and says he's done. And they have definitely appeased him to the fullest extent. Everybody lives, and as long as they train under him, give him good food, and that Frieza remains behaved and continues to train these monkeys alongside himself, because Beerus is still interested in Frieza, he'll spare them all. So, that's it. They go to Beerus' planet. Goku, Vegeta, Bardock and his team, Raditz, and Gohan all go to Beerus' world. Goku and Gohan unlock Blue almost instantly and almost break beyond it. But Gohan would be a Mystic Super Saiyan Blue, which I've touched upon before. Vegeta, he would get Super Saiyan Blue and would be right, I feel, on the cusp of Blue Evolution, except it would still be a minute because, again, everybody's stronger here, so this isn't unreasonable to say this. Bardock would get Super Saiyan God and would be able to unlock Blue, yet not maximized enough to use it to any form of degree. Raditz would unlock Super Saiyan God. And as for all of Bardock's crew, they would still be going through Super Saiyan, barely getting on the cusp of God Key, but they would be, they would be there along with possibly Gine, just to train with Bardock with his powers. So they're very close to getting close to like a form of God Key, but yet nowhere near Super Saiyan God. So we ain't getting that. Not yet. Frieza maximizes his 100% golden power and is right on the cusp of unlocking a new form, golden fifth form. But he ain't there yet. So I guess you guys are probably all asking, does this actually mean we skip arcs? Because what happens to Resurrection F since Frieza's good here and he's not evil like the Majin part and he's alive. So, do we even get a Resurrection F? Or what takes its place? Do we skip to the Universe 6 and 7 tournament? Well, no. We get something different. We're getting Resurrection Cooler. Now, I bet you guys are probably, wait a minute. How in the world do we get a Resurrection Cooler if no one's there to resurrect him? All of Cooler's army, the 3rd Stellar region, all of Cooler's force, they're all dead. Unless Berry Blue and, Kikino and all those soldiers, are they going to resurrect him? Or are they dead too? They're pretty much all dead, so how could he get resurrected? Well, it all has to do in a wasteland on Earth. A destroyed wasteland, which once held an army's ship. A ship's army. And a homogenized force with Cooler at the helm. In that wasteland, a spirit awakens from a long slumber thought to be dead, but he survives out of the rubble. Very slow crackling, a figure bursts out of the rubble. It's Nyes, who was thought to have been killed by Piccolo, but the Majin power and his own head movements and everything, his head retractions, his Majin power, and the fact that him and Piccolo were kind of near the same power, this actually saved his life. Yet, for years, he thought he was dead. But no, he's alive. And being the only Cooler Frieza King Cold Forceman left at all, he knows exactly what to do. Will Nyes be able to resurrect Cooler successfully? Or is this resurrection Cooler very much so an understatement for that it will really not happen at all? And if he does get resurrected, will Cooler become strong enough to defeat these insanely powerful people of Beerus' planet? And how will it go towards the ending phases of the Frieza turning good story? Find out in part 13. Hey guys, Nick here. Welcome to the Omniverse of Nick and part 13 to What If Frieza Turned Good. Before we get into today's episode, be sure to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse, and further acknowledge and support the future of the Omniverse by checking out the Discord, Patreon, and Google Docs on the homepage, as well as commenting future requests and expectations for this year in the comments section. Let's get into it. So we ended off last time with the Battle of Gods arc concluding, and a certain unexpected arc taking Resurrection F's place. Since Frieza's good and alive here, Resurrection Cooler. And how does this happen? Out of pure, unadulterated circumstance and dumb luck. Nyes, who had been homogenized with Cooler and the entire Cooler force, managed to survive all these years after being unhomogenized, after all of us thinking, and the Z Fighters thinking, he was killed by Piccolo, when in actuality, they were actually around the same power in this timeline. So, Nyes was just lucky, extremely. And I feel that he would have either shrunk his head in a way to make it like he was alive, or just would have survived out of dumb luck. All these years clinging to life, he has finally made himself known, and plans to get the Dragon Balls to resurrect his master and get the revenge the Cooler Force deserves. So, with a very low power level, he gathers his bearings and prepares to look for the Dragon Balls, which Cooler, Bobbity, all the forces, and because of Namek still happening, would still know about. He finds Pilaf's gang, and unlike Sorbet and Tagoma, Nyes has a really low power here. So even though I've touched upon this, and it's very likely that this shouldn't even happen in the first place, Nyes has a lower power than even Sorbet. So while Kami is young and his perception of the Earth is way more keen and aware, it still would not be enough for a very low power Nyes. So he gets to do this with the Pilaf gang without any kind of notice. Piccolo sensed bad energy, and Sorbet and Taguma's energies were low. But with Nyes's, it's way lower because he's been clinging to life all these years and he's yet to be healed. So he's still very weak. He's weaker than even. He's around like Radis or Nappa power, or at least Sorbet's, yet a bit lower. Pretty much like that. So once they gather the Dragon Balls, Nyes tells the Pilaf gang to summon the dragon. And Shenron, we're going to go with the Dragon Ball Super, not the movie continuity, for the three wishes, because that's kind of crucial here. Nyes wishes for Wish 1 to be brought back to his full health. So, because obviously he's still clinging to life, and it's lucky that he's even still alive. So, that's a very important first wish. Second wish, bring back Lord Cooler. And unlike Frieza, who was cut to pieces and obliterated, Cooler was just plain obliterated, but he wasn't cut to pieces, so he can actually be resurrected here. So, Cooler is resurrected, and Nyes informs Cooler of everything, of his survival, very, 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 very lucky survival, and that he brought him back so that the Cooler Force can get their revenge. And he was just about to wish for a third wish with King Cold or something like that to really boost their chances to get revenge. But Cooler says they have no need of his father. He plans to teach his brother and the Saiyan a lesson, but he plans to do it alone. And that Nyes has served his purpose well. And Nyes is worried that this might somehow lead to him dying, but then laughs and smiles to what the wish that Cooler makes as the last wish really is. No, the Pilaf gang doesn't get a wish here. Cooler wishes for the entire Cooler Force and every Frieza Force member that died before that to be brought back. No, this does not include King Cold. Because why would Cooler want King Cold back? He was banished from the Frost Tyrant race after Frieza became ruler, and he went on his own. That's how, at least, the small canonical and, non-canon features point towards. But all of the Cooler soldiers that died, plus all of Frieza's men that died on Namek, meaning Kui, Dodoria, Zarbon, the Ginyu Force, and Shisami, Tagoma, and Sorbet, and all of them, are brought back to life. Ginyu would actually get his body back, because whether he would find his body as a frog somehow surviving what Supreme Kai did, because Supreme Kai wouldn't know it's Captain Ginyu. He just protected Goten and Trunks from a potential threat. So, yeah, and if I included Ginyu there, it would have been way too frickin' wonky. So, because he wasn't the main focal point. But Ginyu, I feel he would get his body back, depending on Cooler's wording or just pure circumstance. We're going to give Ginyu his body back. And Solza and Dore are also brought back. But since Nyes has pretty much showed he's the second in command of the Cooler Force and did all this, I'm going to be showing even more why Solza and Dore are way ranked down now in terms of Nyes. Kami notices this, but it's too late. Jocko comes to Earth and warns Kami and Bulma and everybody of Cooler's army, which, if it wasn't plainly obvious, makes Resurrection F Frieza's look like a joke. Cooler's training is far more extensive because he's much smarter, hard driven, and much more determined than Frieza was in Resurrection F. He not only gets his fifth form to a even bigger level than he ever did, but he uses Frieza's golden power in his fifth form. So we're not getting no, fourth form golden cooler. No, he maximizes this through his fifth form. If Super Dragon Ball Heroes could do it, I could do it. So yeah, I feel it's only right to give him the true manifestation of the golden form. And his training partner is Nyes, and he makes him the second in command to the Cooler Force because he survived all of this to get this far and resurrect him and the army. He deserves this. And soon enough, they make their way towards Earth to get revenge. Who goes to fight the army, you might ask? Well, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, Roshi, Piccolo, all of Bardock's crew, Fasha, Shugesh, Borgos, and Tora, and Gine, I feel, would finally step up at this point, since it's Cooler and Frieza's army. At this point, she wouldn't have done any fighting at all since she was resurrected. But at this point, I feel that she would be up to the challenge at least a little, and who knows, Bardock might have trained her a little bit or something, even though he's off on Beerus's world, or at least, Bardock's men or something like that. Plus, they wouldn't be around too much because they're not ready for god level training. They'd just be there to spar with Bardock from time to time, but would mainly be on Earth and would most likely train with Gine, which at this point she would step up. Boo was asleep here and was asleep for, the vast majority of the series in Dragon Ball Super. But with Shugesh and Borgos here, they're not going to take no for an answer. And if chocolate, sweets, and all that didn't work for Boo, Shugesh and Borgos would literally beat the living tar out of Boo and force him to wake up. Which then Hercule or somebody else, or, someone else would quell him down with some sweets or something to stop him from killing Shugesh and Borgos. So Boo is on the team as well. And Cooler's army lands. And Cooler and his hoverpod would destroy a city just like Frieza, maybe even beyond, because he would show much more power and resolve than Frieza, and would survey the group that gets on the scene. Piccolo can't believe it. The Dragon Balls. Him and Kami, since they're split, they would have the same thought. The Dragon Balls, something had to have been up, and they don't even know how even one soldier managed to survive. And Cooler just smiles and says that that wizard Bobbity might not have been the root of my revenge to help me get it done, but he at least ensured that my now second in command, Nyes, is now proof that you should have made sure to double tap on our demises, because now you won't get a second chance. And whether my brother or the Saiyans want to show up, they'll be showing up late to a bloodbath. And Sorbet tells the army to attack, and all of the army launches forward. Gine, I feel, would have Super Saiyan at this point, especially with trained up Bardock soldiers and her time in the underworld. Yeah, she would have Super Saiyan and would fight off the soldiers with everyone else in Super Saiyan. And Boo would just be having the time of his life, turning people into candy and chocolate and just beating them down. There is no absolute way that Boo wouldn't outclass everybody here, and is likely why he wasn't in the original arc in the first place. So, yeah, overall, all the soldiers are dealt with. And then we get to Zarbon, Dodoria, and Kui. Tora tells his other men to attack, but leave Dodoria for last. Kui and Zarbon are dealt with instantly, but Dodoria is left for last. But then Dodoria starts to recognize Tora and these Saiyans, and he can't believe it. Tora just looks at Dodoria with pure malice and tells him angrily, "Do you remember me, Dodoria?" And Dodoria at this point is shaking and quelling in fear that he's been resurrected just for this, and he now knows who these Saiyans are. And Tora says that he knows he hasn't forgotten, and Tora will never forget. The day that Dodoria mercilessly killed him and his men, the day that Frieza was destined to destroy planet Vegeta, Bardock did all he could, how him and Frieza and all of them betrayed. Tora says that while he might forgive Frieza, there is no way he will ever forgive a rogue brother and the following minions, especially Dodoria. And this time, he tells him that you will never resurrect again. You won't get the luxury we had, and I'll make sure of it personally. And he shoots a blast, his signature blast he used against the Kanasan, and kills Dodoria. The Ginyu Force then steps up to the plate. Goldo uses his paralysis, and everyone is frozen. But Piccolo powers up into his mystic form and shoots a light grenade, which kills the entire Ginyu Force right then and there, except Goldo, who's able to time freeze and get out of the way, but his friends aren't so lucky. Krillin then double taps and uses a Destructo Disc to kill Goldo. Next, Tagoma and Shisami are one-tapped pretty much by Boo. Dore and Salza are the next two. And Salza uses a scatter finger beam, or a split finger shot, whatever one you want to call it, to distract the group and fend off the oncoming finger beams. And then Dore rushes forward. But no one's deterred. Tien uses a solar flare. Basically, they're repelling the distraction and onslaught back at Dore and Salza. Tien shoots a solar flare, and Master Roshi uses a thunder shock. Dore blocks it, and Yamcha attempts to use a spirit ball, but Salza just cuts it in half and then uses a full power energy wave, but Master Roshi blocks it with his staff and his pure strength. But Salza just uses a blade, and with a single slice and then a grab by Dore, Master Roshi is held hostage. And now the group's left in a very bad spot, because now they can't hurt him while Roshi's there. But then Dore is killed by Kami. Kami came to distract and help the Z fighters, and this was the perfect opportunity for him to show his powers finally, since bringing his youth back. And this is the perfect chance to show he's the true guardian of Earth by protecting his people, by protecting Master Roshi. And this gives everyone the chance they need. Piccolo uses a special beam cannon and kills Salza. Cooler smiles and says that these Z fighters have grown well in the time that he has been deceased, but the battle is far from over. Nyes then steps up to the plate and uses a pose, showing that he's going to show them what a true Cooler Force member looks like, and that if they think they're going to get through him as easily as Piccolo did before, think again. And this Nyes makes Taguma's training look like a joke. Nyes is very, 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 very strong here. So the Z Fighters are actually worried. Nyes uses his bind wave and prepares to accelerate it and use it on all the fighters. And when he fires, the beam is deflected by Goku, Vegeta, Raditz, Gohan, and Bardock and Frieza. Now I know what you're thinking, why is Raditz in the picture twice? It's because at the time of making this, I stupidly decided to put Raditz there twice. I don't know why, I just accidentally counted him for a second Saiyan. So just ignore the fact that there's two Raditzes there. But Frieza, he cannot believe it. His brother has returned, and Nyes, after hearing about this, Nyes survived? And Nyes says, looks like you're just as bad at killing your brother as you all are at killing me. Frieza shoots a death beam, but Nyes isn't going to be done in that simply and shrinks his head and sprouts back and prepares to attack all of them. But Vegeta rushes forward and uses a final Gala Cannon that he used to kill Tagoma Ginyu and Pui Pui. And Nyes is done in, because he wasn't expecting this. This would actually have been a much better idea of a death for Tagoma Ginyu, but, you know, it is what it is. He eliminated a threat, and the same would be done here, just a bit cooler. Cooler. Speaking of cooler, he smiles and says that he should have expected not only these Earthlings and the Mechians and everything to get stronger, and he certainly wasn't expecting a Majin to be on their side, but now he knows not to take them for granted, and he's going to do what his brother never could, show that he's not playing games and go full power from the start, and he unleashes his 100% and shoulder pads and prepares to transform into his fifth form. He does, and then unsheaths his mask, or he sheaths his mask into place and gets ready to fight. And his power right now is equivalent to Resurrection F Golden Frieza in his fifth form. So that's why I said Resurrection Cooler's far more dominant, but it doesn't mean that he's going to win easily. Frieza just smiles and says that he's not the only one who got stronger, and that fifth form isn't even new anymore. Frieza transforms into his own fifth form, showing that he unlocked that ages ago. Cooler cannot believe his eyes. The form he used to outclass Frieza all their lives, Frieza unlocked! And Frieza powers with this fifth form and is able to actually go on par with Cooler. But Cooler says that while he might have unlocked he might have unlocked the form that Cooler used to dominate him all of these years. Cooler unlocked his form, except much better, and transforms into fifth form Golden Cooler. And Frieza transforms into his true golden state, and the two prepare to fight. Fifth form Cooler in his gold state gets an instant grip on Frieza's neck and prepares to attack, but Frieza blasts him off, and then the two square off in an ultimate bloody, brutal, and completely amazing Golden Brother fight. This would be more epic than anything you would expect to see, especially the fact that they're brothers. They're both in past evolved gold states, and they literally have the power to destroy an entire universe right now. But Cooler shows he's been holding back and transforms into true Golden Cooler. Because he's not like Frieza. There's not going to be no, lack of stamina golden form or anything like that. Cooler evolved that and beyond. And with the fifth form, it's way beyond. This would be like true evolved Golden Cooler or something like that. Next evolution. And this would really show that Cooler is not playing games. But Frieza smiles, showing that he's far from over as well, and that he's close to evolving to that level. But he's still more than enough to defeat him the way he's about to be, and transforms into true golden 100% Frieza. Frieza gets ready to attack, but Cooler just slices a golden death wave at him and prepares a triple golden supernova and fires all three. And Frieza, in his 100% true golden form, powers a "you must die by my hand" full power golden energy wave and combats the three golden supernovas, which combine into a single huge, humongous supernova that makes the pink one that Frieza used against Goku in their fight look like a joke. This literally could tear the planet in two if it's not combated off by Frieza for long. But Golden Cooler, in his fifth true evolved golden state, prepares to use a death storm and erupt the beam of these three combined supernovas while Frieza's combating it with his blast to just erupt it and blow up the planet. But he doesn't get the chance. Goku goes into his Super Saiyan Blue state and rushes in. But Sorbet, being alive, launches a beam from his ray gun. But Goku's not going to fall for it like his canon self, and just simply blasts his own blue attack through the beam, and this kills Sorbet within just a second. And then he goes what he was originally going to do and uses a Super Saiyan Blue Dragon Fist, which would kind of canonize Dragon Fist if I'm being totally honest, and would be an awesome way to do it, especially from what you're about to see. It goes through Cooler, and Goku yells to Frieza, "Do it!" Kind of quoting Xenoverse, to be honest. And Frieza unleashes everything he has and excels beyond true 100% Golden Frieza to true evolved and blasts his beam with the triple supernova, so it's kind of like Cooler's canon death here. Cooler tries to combat it, but with an impalement, his golden true evolved form flickering on and off, and the triple supernova and beam just literally putting him in a spot where he can't even defend. Eventually the beam explodes, and or he would just give up, and this would obliterate him. And once that's all done, the warriors go back to Beerus' planet. Goku unlocks Blue Kaioken a bit sooner and gets pretty far with it. Vegeta is so close to Blue Evolved and a level beyond Blue, he can just taste it. Bardock has assimilated into Super Saiyan Blue and is actually able to use it and regulate its power. Raditz has gotten very on the hold with Super Saiyan God and is close to Blue. And Gohan, with his Mystic Super Saiyan Blue, is very close to a higher power, but he's not there yet. And Frieza finally unlocks the fifth form golden power-up, showing that his brother taught him once again a very valuable lesson. Power needs to be circulated any given point, because the more you power yourself, the mightier you will show yourself to be, and that no one will be a match for you, even the closest by you. So Cooler ultimately, in his death, made Frieza even stronger through his unlocked fifth form and combining of the golden form with it. So this all points to what will be the semi-final part. Champa and Vados with the Universe 6 and 7 tournament. How will the tournament go? And if it's the semi-final part, what does this mean for the potential Goku Black arc? Will it mean there's a Frieza Black and everybody dies? Will there even be a story with a stronger Trunks? And how will the Tournament of Power go for the ending of this story? Find out next time in part 14 and the semi-final part to the story. Hey guys, Nick here, and welcome to the Omniverse of Nick and part 14 to What If Frieza Turned Good. Before we get started, be sure to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick, and further acknowledge and support and stay up to date with everything on the Omniverse by checking out the Discord, Patreon, and both Google Docs on the homepage, as well as commenting future requests and expectations for this year in the comments. With all that said, let's get started with the semi-final part to the story. Last time, Resurrection Cooler was concluded and brought in very epically, I would have to say, making Resurrection F look like a joke. And we got into the preparation for the Universe 6 and 7 tournaments, and Champa and Vados arriving. Who competes, you might ask? Well, obviously, we don't need Monica in the story. So, Goku, Gohan, Frieza, Vegeta, and Bardock all compete. Once they get there, Frost is noticed immediately along with Kaba, but Frost mainly. And Frieza looks at Goku and says he wants to challenge Frost himself. So Goku's going to go first, but Frieza wants to step in whenever Frost is brought into it, because, it is essentially him. Because he has a feeling that this guy Frost, he seems like a good game, but he might not have turned out the same way as Frieza did. He still thinks he's evil, and if he is, he's gonna take him down a peg or two. He wants to do it himself. And Goku, he smiles. He has no problem with that, and is proud to see how far Frieza's come. Like, it's super impressive. And you gotta think, it'd be impressive entirely for Frieza. So, the tournament begins. Goku fights Botamo, and that goes the same. And then Frost is brought into the fold, and he smiles and notices Frieza and is happy to be fighting against a member of his race from another universe. And Frieza just chuckles and laughs and says he's happy for it too. And then he gets serious and he says to cut the crap, transform to his full power right away, and cut the nicety act. He knows all about what Frost is hiding, and that he used to be evil just like him, but he actually turned good. But Frost, he can't fool him. He knows he's hiding something. He knows that he's not turned good like him. He's just hiding behind a facade. Frieza, he's an exceptionally smart person, and he would not be blown away by this ruse that Frost is carrying. Frost is immediately and completely torn aback and surprised by this level of bravado and attitude by Frieza. But after a minute of everyone confusingly asking and wondering what Frieza's talking about with Frost, Frost eventually drops the facade. But he still has the poison needle hidden, and he just smiles and says that leave it to another warrior from another universe just like him to figure out his ruse. And he just reveals true, and he reveals this whole thing that he did after, beating Piccolo and Cannon and everything like that. But he still has the needle hidden, so he pretty much blurts out everything but the needle, and says that if he wants his full power, he's going to get just that. And Frieza smiles, knowing that he actually found everything out. But there's still the needle, so he doesn't know about that. But Frost says if he wants his full power, he's going to get that and much more. And he powers up into his final form. And unlike Goku, he's actually going to transform into his final form right away, because it's a member of his own race and he wants to teach him a lesson. So Frost and Frieza begin their fight, and Frieza lowers his power down significantly because he knows how much weaker Frost is compared to him. If anything, his power seems identical to his own back then. Back all the way whenever he was, a weakling, essentially, when he first fought against Goku as a Super Saiyan. So he decides to lower his power and make it seem like they're on equal footing. Soon, Frost seems to pick up the game and go beyond, and almost exerts all his power, but at this point, Frieza has stopped playing and starts to boost it up, but it's no contest once Frieza boosts his power, because literally, he's been around since Namek and has not died once except for when he was Majin against Babidi. So when he starts boosting it up, there's no contest. But Frost then reveals his poison needle, and at this point, he has nothing to lose. He rushes forward and prepares to punch, but still kind of keeping it hidden, but yet exposing it. Frieza catches him by the throat, a very similar point to the manga when he threw him out in canon in the Tournament of Power, and says, instead of never trust anyone, that he knew he was truly hiding something, and that no Frieza Force member is truly good until they're forced to be, and that he knows that with no true Saiyans to turn him good, he should have known this would be a dirty game from the start, and Frieza has no problem turning back that route. Difference between him and Frost, he knows how to actually play smart. And with all that said, he kicks him straight out of the ring. So that's actually similar to the tournament in canon. So yeah, a manga twist entirely. And then Goku steps back in with Super Saiyan 3 at the max to combat Magetta, and he probably wouldn't even need to insult him here. Goku's way more than strong enough to just knock him out at 3 at the max. And then Vegeta fights against Kaba, and that goes exactly the same, because I feel Vegeta would want to fight at this point. But then, whenever Hit is brought into the field, that's a different story. Because then Frieza initially wanted to fight against the likes of Hit, but he decides to let Vegeta fight because he wants to see how far Vegeta has come in his training. So Vegeta and Hit square off, and since Vegeta is so much stronger here, he's able to catch on to Hit's power sooner. So this means that Hit would actually have to power up against Vegeta, and it would just be like, Goku fighting against Hit, except Vegeta hasn't done as much, and he turned into blue almost instantly, like their canon fight. But it does force Hit to actually power up and turn up the ante. But Vegeta, he's been hiding something too. And he powers up, and he powers up more, and soon a dark blue aura flares the entire ring, and he finally unlocks Super Saiyan Blue Evolution. This was the tipping point for that form. So, him and Hit square off, and this would basically kind of be like Super Saiyan Blue Kaioken times 10 Goku versus Hit, except there's a few differences here. Vegeta, I feel, would likely be stronger, if not right, just a teensy little bit stronger than that Goku, and a tiny bit more injured, if not, pretty much around the same point as that Goku, if not a tiny bit more so. And Hit, he would have only powered up once, but Vegeta would have taken longer to catch on like Goku did with the time skip. So this fight is almost even. But Vegeta's brutal nature and smart thinking of Hit before Goku fought him, I feel would honestly lead him, especially since he picked out Jiren's moves, to maybe even do better than Goku. If not, land at least a very significant amount of blows, even if he didn't do as good. And these blows would be brutal, like his fight with Jiren, and actually show Super Saiyan Blue evolved in the Universe 6 and 7 tournament would actually make Vegeta against Hit the rematch that we honestly should have gotten in the Tournament of Power. So all in all, Hit is more injured than the fight with Goku and Hit in canon, and Vegeta actually landed blows, unlike his canon fight with Hit. So in the end, Hit is pretty much around the same level of injured, if not more so, than Goku and Hit's fight. But in the end, Vegeta is out of the ring and beaten. But he did significantly wound Hit, just not like super much. It was decent. So Goku fights against Hit, and it only takes Super Saiyan 2 level God Essence Goku, maybe Super Saiyan 3 or Super Saiyan 3 Kaioken, to actually knock Hit out. And Hit's respect for Vegeta and maybe Goku's already potent power and the small level of power Frieza was holding back, either Hit would be so injured that he would, be beaten by the God Essence Super Saiyan 2, 3 Kaioken Goku, or he would drop out like he did against Monica because he feels that he's done enough, or Beerus and Champa arguing. At this point, I feel that any one of those scenarios, Universe 7 wins. And let's be honest, even if Goku did lose, Frieza would just pick up the win or something and take his place, And then Bardock and the likes of Gohan would just be there. And I've already showed what Gohan can do against Hit in other stories, going like beast mode and everything. So yeah, either way, I'm pretty sure Goku would pick up the win here. And then Zeno arrives, and Zeno and Goku would interact, and that would go the same. Now I bet you guys are asking, since this is the semi-final part, what happens with Zamasu? Are you going to do anything with him? Well, yes, but not as much as you might think. Many arcs besides the Super Saiyan Vegeta story, I have not included Zamasu because there really isn't a need. Because there really just isn't. Either because the lack of time travel, or just nothing close to a story arc that would make Zamasu relevant. But here you will get at least something, except it won't be like the Super Saiyan Vegeta story. It'll be cut down, but it will be something. We get Vegeta Black, because he showed the most promise, obviously, in the tournament. So, Zamasu would choose him. And in the future, Babidi and Dabura would show up, but since Trunks trained a lot more with a upped Frieza and Goku in the Android arc, Golden Frieza and frickin' Super Saiyan 2 Goku, Trunks would have gotten enough training. He would have gotten 2 right around the time he was returning to the future, if I didn't express that enough. If he didn't, he would have 2 way before Babidi and Dabura arrive, which means he would be so strong that Babidi and Dabura would be killed before significantly wounding Shin and Kibito. And Trunks would not have been near to the level of injured or, anything like that. So that means afterwards, Trunks would continue to train with Shin and Kibito, and actually break the Z-Sword without it being turned to stone and broken. So that means future old Kai is awoken, and the ritual is done on Trunks, which means we get Mystic Trunks. So once Black Vegeta arrives, he is no contest. Since Zamasu would have still been getting used to Vegeta's body, Mystic Trunks beats him instantly. So there's absolutely no reason to keep him around. Now, I bet you're asking, what happens to Zamasu then? Does he somehow get involved? Well, yes, but either Mystic Trunks would have a way to seal him, or Shin and Kibito just would. So there's literally no story. He would have no reason to go back to the past. There's no reason to include the Black Arc. So it's literally solved before it becomes a problem. So back at the palace of Zeno in the actual timeline, I say actual, but you get what timeline I'm talking about. The timeline that really matters here. Zeno's getting bored and thinks about the tournament idea that he brought up with Goku and talks about it with the Great Priest. And so the Grand Priest gets the word out, but there wouldn't be a there wouldn't be a exhibition for the Tournament of Power because there's no future Zeno. So there'd be no reason for that. Now, once we get to the actual tournament itself and the preparation for it, who for Universe 7 gets involved? Well, I'll tell you. And I'm going to tell you what the Warriors have accomplished before they go to the tournament and who all is getting involved. Goku, who actually is able to get Ultra Instinct Omen before the tournament without a catalyst because of his massive gains in the story and massive training partners along with guidance from Whis and Beerus. So he gets the Ultra Instinct Omen early, like he did in my Nom story, as I think a few others, can't really think about it, but mainly the Nom one for reference. Frieza masters complete total control of the 5th golden transformation, and he finally unlocks, after all these years, his ultimate and ungodly, unmatched, superior to anyone, and the ultimate form for his race, Black Frieza. He finally unlocks it. And by this point, you gotta think he would definitely have it by this point. Training for all these years, like, come on. Not giving Black Frieza this form, or Frieza the Black form at this point, there'd be no point. But if you think he's really gonna have to use it in the tournament, oh boy. Yeah, this is more or less just a backup plan, if anything else. But he does have it. Vegeta masters complete control of the Super Saiyan Blue evolution form, so he's in. Gohan unlocks the Beast form, and he's in the tournament. Piccolo masters his Orange Piccolo form and gets in touch with the Giant transformation again. Bardock masters the Super Saiyan Blue and is close to Blue evolution, and he just needs to power with it more and, pretty much get the finishing touches of Blue on, but he's in. Raditz finally unlocks Super Saiyan Blue and uses it pretty well. Boo is in the tournament because remember, he's in the story and he's actually going to be in the tournament like Resurrection F because we have Shugesh, Borgos, and many catalysts for him to actually be in the tournament this time. And he actually unlocks Skinny Boo with actually being inspired by Shugesh, Borgos, and all these others to fight, train, and work more. And at this point, I feel like maybe he would have become friends with Mr. Satan, except there really hasn't been a need to include that. So, yeah. Tien, with no real gains per se, but he has become stronger than his canon counterpart, but in this story, besides his mystic transformation, there's not really too much to talk about. He's really just has his mystic form, and that's it. And then Tora, who's kind of close to the level of God Essence potential, but he's the closest from any of the other Saiyans. But the closest that he would be to by this point is maybe Super Saiyan God. But since Tora and all the other Saiyans are so far behind even Bardock at this point, because he actually trained way more than the others in Hell, at this point, Tora might be near Super Saiyan God, but not really. So he would be in. And so we have our cast. Goku, Vegeta, Tien, Skinny Boo, Frieza, Bardock, Raditz, Piccolo, Tora, and Gohan. We have our cast for the Tournament of Power. Will this ultimate team literally be able to boss the tournament, or will this make all the other universes more desperate and actually cause Universe 7 to somehow lose? And if they win, what about Broly and everything else leading to the end of Super? And why wasn't Daima included? And what will cause the ultimate end up for the finale, leading to what Frieza's incredible good journey has come to? With all that said, stay tuned for the finale, and I'll see you next time. Hey guys, Nick here, and welcome to the Omniverse of Nick and the finale to What If Frieza Turned Good. Before we get into today's finale, be sure to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick, and further acknowledge and support the future of the channel by checking out the Discord, Patreon, and both Google Docs on the homepage, as well as commenting future requests and expectations for this year in the comments. Let's get started. We ended off with the Tournament of Powers introduction with our cast: Goku, Vegeta, Tien, Boo, Frieza, Bardock, Raditz, Piccolo, Tora, and Gohan. And the Tournament of Power begins. We don't see any true big league things until Universe 9. And everyone, the team is all staffed in together separately. We're not doing the whole Gohan, plan up team thing. Instead, they focus those kind of tandem attacks all around, picking off anyone, really. And Universe 9 instantly goes for them. As such, they attack them. Frieza fights Roselle, but Frieza is much nicer here, while still being brutal to his old, self, and knocks him out a lot more easy without Roselle begging for his life. As for Sorel, Boo takes care of him pretty much way more easy than 18 did, yet that was off screen, so we can't tell. Tien takes out Comfrey. Vegeta takes on Chapel and knocks him out. Hop goes after Bardock, who turns Super Saiyan. But Bardock has a sense that he has seen her type before and remembers to all those years ago fighting Gas and the Heaters. This girl Hop with the claws reminds him of Gas and all his weapons. But regarding that thought and just shunning it from his complete existence, he takes her out instantly with just one blow of Super Saiyan. Oregano is taken out by the likes of Piccolo. Hycep is taken out by Tora, who turns Super Saiyan and even Super Saiyan 2 or 3 to take him out because, Hycep's absolute zero. Tora might be close to God level potential, but he would still need a higher power to even combat the ice power. Gohan fights Lavender, Goku fights Bergamo, and Raditz fights Basil. And the three Trio de Danger, or Trio of Danger, group together and propel a triangle danger beam. As such, Raditz turns blue, while Goku and Gohan turn God, and all of them prepare a weekend Kamehameha, combining Raditz's attack with both the Goku and Gohan's, which would kind of propel in a blue-purple combined beam that would kind of be like a pinkish energy beam, which would honestly be a very cool brotherly, uncle, nephew, father, son Kamehameha weekend attack. Yeah. So, anyways, this more than makes up for the fact that Universe 9 is done. They are erased, and the contest continues. Vegeta is about to go for hit, as he did before, but is intercepted by Boda Magetta. Diem attacks everybody, but Frieza eye-beams him out of the ring after disarming his wings. Tien takes out the likes of Shosa and Majora with absolutely no difficulty, and then is just about to have his manga interpretation of getting knocked out of the ring by Frost like he did in the manga, but Frieza saves him with paralysis. Frost is happy for this because now he can get revenge on Frieza and show off that he's not the only real Frost Tyrant in the entire multiverse. And he powers up, first to 100%, and Frieza laughs at this, thinking he's a novice, but there's more. Frieza being around actually gave Frost incentive to start training. So, Frost goes beyond 100% into fifth form Frost. That's right, we're actually getting quite a bit of Frost development in this story, just like we did with Cooler and King Cold. But Frieza just shows off his fifth form and shows how superiorly dominant he is in it, and wastes no time in just completely dominating, brutally massacring, and knocking out Frost out of the ring. Afterwards, Frost tries to attack and gets erased. Kaba knocks out Murasim and Nigirishi to get to Vegeta to fight him like canon, and Goku fights Caulifla. But Kale is intercepted from the sidelines before she can even try to help against Goku, and is intercepted by Frieza. Kale tries to attack, but it does nothing, and she gets angered and turns into her Berserker legendary Super Saiyan form. Frieza goes full power and unleashes a full power blast, thinking that whatever this form is, he's strong enough to this point where he could take on literally anything. But when the smoke clears, Kale is damaged, but this doesn't seem to register with her. If anything, her power grows, and she gets even more angry and powerful. It's like the blast only scarred her for a second. So Frieza gets angry, but remembers he is nowhere even close to his full power. And this girl, with this new Saiyan transformation he's never seen, she won't even get a second to go through her full power. And turns into Golden Frieza, but right when he does, Kale's on top of him and grabs him by the face, dragging him across the entire ground of the ring and is prepared to propel him out of it. But Jiren intercepts, knocking Frieza out of Kale's hand and propelling her with a blast of his own, knocking her unconscious. So Caulifla gets her, and that goes as the same. She's knocked out, and Caulifla has to tend to her. And then the Pride Troopers introduce themselves, and Frieza just can't help but smile and just groan in embarrassment because he notices something very familiar about these Pride Troopers. Something that I honestly think was a missed opportunity in canon. Frieza notices how similar the Pride Troopers are to his old Ginyu Force. And honestly, that's something that I feel the original show should have done to represent how it was and not just bring back Ginyu for a split second and be like, oh, you're dead now. But yeah, it's a very, very, very nice callback. And Caulifla, we're at the point where Caulifla and Kale are defending themselves against the Pride Troopers because everybody else, mainly Tupper, would get knocked out by everybody else with the exception of different members and much different power scaling. And everyone else would be knocked out in a similar way as to canon, if not just out by another person. But anyways, we're at the point where Caulifla is injured by the Pride Troopers. Kale turns Super Saiyan, and both of them attack the Pride Troopers and are about to knock him out, while Kale transforms back into her legendary Berserker form. And Frieza at this point, it's not like the androids and Goku waiting from the sidelines for these Saiyans to do the job of attacking for them. Frieza has other plans and turns golden and prepares a death ball. So the minute that Kale and Caulifla propel all the Pride Troopers out of the ring with their blast. I mean, except Kokot's. They are blasted from behind with a golden death ball and are completely and utterly broken, battered, and bruised. And with that, Kokot and the two Saiyans are knocked out of the ring permanently by Frieza. Which pretty much means that, number one, Kokot, you don't have to worry about her showing up at all. And Kale and Caulifla, they ain't gonna do no Kefla nonsense. So, yeah, Frieza just stopped that from happening. Then we get the Maidens of Universe 2 and their transformation, which doesn't get interrupted. And Vegeta attacks Ribrianne, and Bikel and Kakunza are both together, and Kakunza and Bikel are about to attack when Boo just launches from above and uses his move he trained with Goku and just propels a huge amount of blasts at them. And if it didn't work, especially against Kakunza, he would do the attack he used against Goku, where he made the blast a distraction, which was pretty much what the move was down for. And honestly, if Skinny Boo was in the tournament, that's why he wasn't, because it would literally be overkill. And this would be a prime example. But Boo's not the main focus of the story. He's just a prime factor of how frickin' P Universe 7 is in this timeline. And the fact I never really put Boo in the tournament before. Goku fights against Rosie, and that goes exactly the same. And Frieza just shuns off the love and everything like that, because he might not be evil or, an anti-villain like he was in canon at this point in the story, but that doesn't mean he's going to give in to the love. So, yeah. Jamise saves Rosie and Ribrianne, and they retreat. Gohan knocks out Butamo, and then him and Piccolo proceed to go together to fight Albany and Rubalt, knock them out, much more ease because of their powers in the story, and Universe 10's Erase next. Then Hit and Dispo fight, which goes exactly the same, except Frieza is the first to save Hit from Dispo by wrapping his tail around Dispo's arm before he can land the punch, and then Goku steps in front of Kenshi, who is about to attack him after seeing that now that it's a 3-on-2 situation potentially. And Kenshi says, no matter how many people you bring, the Pride Troopers won't fall. And Hit says, while time skipping from behind, worry about yourself. And knocks Kenshi out. Frieza instantly goes gold and just sucker punches Dispo right in the face. And then Goku and Hit step up next. Hit saying he doesn't need help, but recognizing Kenshi's out and Dispo's literally the only one left here, not only does Hit know that this is great for the gains, team with the few to save the many, it's that kind of situation. Dispo realizes he is in no way, even if he powered up, in a way to be able to beat 3-on-1, so he retreats, which is no problem for him. He could just bolt out of there instantly, even if he felt like they wouldn't let him or something like that. Either that or Toppo or Jiren would just step in. Raditz and Bardock knock out the likes of Dokori and Koei, and then team together fully to knock out Ganos, or, Ganos, however you want to frickin' call it, right when he transforms, showing that no matter how young you are, no transformation's a match for a pure, brutal Saiyan father-son tag team. Then, Hermilla and Prum are both knocked out by Tien, who is much stronger, and I've done this before, I believe, that he wouldn't have to sacrifice himself to knock out both of them and would be able to take them both on alone. Because even though he only has Mystic to his name, he was still very good in the tournament, much more than I think a lot of people give him credit for. especially for knocking out those two. So here, it would be a cakewalk. So, yeah, he stays in, knocking them both out. Then Goku fights Ribrianne again, and Rosie tries to intercept, but Frieza knocks her out with his own interception with a huge death cannon. Goku then turns God with Ribrianne distracted and knocks her out. Gohan then fights Jamies, but with a much stronger Gohan, Jamies is no contest, and Jamies is knocked out next. Goku then begins the long anticipated fight with Jiren, and sizes him up first. Frieza stands aside to watch, to see how far Goku's come in all this time of knowing him. Goku turns up the heat, literally, with God, and this actually forces Jiren to apply the same level of power as when he canonically fought Ultra Instinct Omen. And this proves that Goku's strength in this story is definitely showing. More than it probably ever has since the moment Super Saiyan 3 Kaioken became a thing. Besides, obviously, other things. And starts to turn up the heat, and this is where Goku realizes that God isn't enough. So he turns blue. And the two are actually even at this point, but then Jiren starts to pump it up little by little, showing how much of a beast he is. Goku then turns Kaioken in the midst of battle, and then Jiren turns up the power to when he fought Goku and Vegeta right at the end of the Tournament of Power, right before Dispo and Topo were knocked out, and Top became God and everything. Goku then turns to the maximum blue Kaioken he can muster, past 20 in this timeline, considering the power difference. And right when he rushes towards Jiren with this power, when the eye beams don't seem to work on Goku, Jiren just goes for a full power punch, expecting this punch to completely and utterly break every bone in Goku's body and knock him out. But this was a big mistake, because it gave Goku the perfect alternative to use his ultimate trump card. He dodges. He is tapped into Ultra Instinct Omen, because remember, he unlocked this without a catalyst before the tournament, which happened in my Nom story, and potentially my Hercule story, still can't remember, but mainly my Nom story for reference, and he has it before the tournament regardless, and has some form of mastery with Omen, and at this point, once he actually flares up the aura and it's prominent to what he has unlocked to everybody, including himself, this Ultra Instinct Omen Goku is basically like Ultra Instinct Omen Goku when he fought Kefla, if not right around the third time of fighting Jiren canonically. So yeah, that's how much experienced he is with the form. I'm not going to go too deep saying he goes mastered right away. That would be ridiculous. But it is a omen, pun intended, for what's about to happen. Toppo sees Frieza from the sidelines and intercepts him, so the two begin to fight, and Frieza turns golden instantly. And this really one-on-one, Toppo can't compete. No Justice Flash, no Justice Tornado, no Justice Own, no arm cracking, shoulder pop, none of it. None of it works. Frieza is just too dominant. And honestly, I mean, how could he not be? Have you seen his gains in the story? So, Toppo's forced to transform into his god potential. And right away unleashes a Hakai, which you would expect Frieza to block and then get, sucked in by the one. But remember, two things here. Number one, Frieza's never been attacked by this like he was in canon, and he is much stronger. So, He catches the ball, but instead of keeping it or getting consumed by it, he uses the essence of it and propels it into his finger and shoots off a Hakai death beam right at Toppo. And Toppo, you would think this would completely just incinerate him or something. No, he still is a god of destruction, pretty much. So he absorbs the energy back into his hand and slams it down into the ground, showing that while this was a very good attempt by this warrior to use his own power against him, he is not going to lose to such a technique. But this wasn't Frieza's last ditch, and he is nowhere, absolutely, positively nowhere near his full power. This was a setup, and it shows when Frieza uses what was his Cage of Light technique as a Hakai Death Beam entrapment propelling ray attack. So basically, that Cage of Light he used in canon is now just a complete. Think of this as Super Boo's human extinction attack, but with Hakai death beams. Yeah. Suffice it to say, Toppo, without being killed, is done. There is absolutely no way he can stop this. And it's his own essence against him. So he can't absorb it. So, yeah, he's out of the ring. And Dispo then tries to attack Frieza while he's off guard and powers in to his super maximum light speed mode, but is intercepted by a still in the ring Hit, who attacks him with everything he has, getting his vengeance for earlier. And with one swift ultimate punch, Dispo is knocked out of the ring. Jiren, meanwhile, has powered into his full power. And at this point, things are getting real. And the two, Jiren and Goku, are locked in the most ultimate of combat. And Goku is at this point Ultra Instinct Omen in canon from the third time of fighting Jiren. Because, remember, he's more mastered with the form, so he's not going to tap out of it like he did. He knows how to regulate it for the most part. And we've seen how many times in fandom and in canon he could just tap in and out of Omen. So yeah. And since he's in this and is stronger, this forces Jiren to actually break his limits. Barely. So Goku's right at that level, whereas Master Ultra Instinct Omen in canon was way above him. They are completely and utterly even. But right whenever Jiren flares up and is about to attack and is going to punch, Goku dodges again. But this time, it's not just a normal Omen dodge. This time, he dodges and his hair flares silver. That's right. All of this, the training, the power differences, and everything has ensured mastered Ultra Instinct Goku in a much more epic and stronger and much more dominant and complete version in this story. And the two resume a much more heated and epic fight. And when the two clash, it's obvious Goku's much more stronger than he was not only in the original story, but that even if Jiren's at his full power, he's landing a few blows. But whereas he was dominant for a time against Master Ultra Instinct Goku in canon, he's barely dominant here. And that's caught apparent when Master Ultra Instinct Goku powers and literally shakes the entire Null Realm. You thought the entire Null Realm in the original was shaken? It's like 10 times more shaken with this power. And with an ultimate, just singular beam from his hands, Jiren is knocked out. by Master Ultra Instinct Goku. So, after that, the rest of the tournament is a cakewalk. There's no need for Black Frieza or true Master Ultra Instinct Goku. Hit is like the main threat at this point. So, yeah, there's no contest. The Super Dragon Balls are brought to Universe 7, and all the universes are brought back. At the end, Frieza and Goku have one last heart-to-heart conversation about everything they've been through, the wish, everything. And Frieza smiles and says that he could not be more happier that Goku spared him all those years ago. All these years, he never would have expected an evil emperor like him to become a good guy and call Goku his friend. But he honestly thinks that if he had stayed the way he did, honestly, they would have never made it to this point, nor would the universe still be here. So honestly, Goku saved the universe by sparing him. And honestly, Frieza owes him more than he ever thought that he ever would. Owing a person from a race that he originally wanted extinct, and that he's truly happy to call Goku a true friend. And Goku smiles and says that he couldn't agree more. After that, Broly and Paragus, there would be absolutely no reason to include them because they would honestly probably die of starvation on the planet Vampa. There's no one to bring them, to get their revenge. And I've done this before. And as for Cell Max, either the movie would almost go completely the same, or it would be a complete and total cakewalk. And that's the end to Frieza's good tale. So, Dragon Ball's worst tyrant ever in the entire Dragon Ball franchise turning good. And so genuine in half of his motives. All just because Goku saved him from getting cut in half. A Saiyan that he feared. A Saiyan that he found unworthy. A Saiyan who was the legend. And he saved his own life in the end. And they became friends? It's a lot to take in, but if we know the internet, we know that Frieza turning good is never beyond the realms of possibility for what-ifs. And that's the end of this story. So, like I said, I'm not the only one who's covered this. And I honestly think that I did really good with expanding, even if I didn't include Daima, upon Frieza's character and all his progression. With this, honestly, I think that Frieza, at the point where we're at in Super, he's honestly just an anti-villain. Ever since Super reintroduced him and then the Tournament of Power brought him back, he really isn't the maniacal tyrant we knew in Z. He really isn't. Like, when's the last time he cold-bloodedly murdered someone? Or, enjoyed pure malice or destruction? And now he's not even focused on immortality, he's focused on getting taller. So honestly, unless you include the manga, this what if was begging to happen. And honestly, might actually come to fruition, and Goku might just be rubbing off on him if we ever see a Super Season 2. But with that said, I hope you guys enjoyed my iteration of What If Frieza Turned Good, my last 3-year-old project on my Google Photos. So from now on, all Dragon Ball stuff will be completely new. No old stuff, it's all new, and no old having to crop pictures, old projects like that. It's all going to be brand new. Dragon Ball was the only iteration of that was the problem, but I'm just saying, you don't have to worry about that anymore. It will all be true, awesome, omniversal, new stuff. With this, the next McQueen Walking Dead episode will be coming up, along with the Billy Loomis and Saruman stories. And at the time of all of this, I'm going to be finally taking that break and, enjoying the fact that I have been finally caught up ever since the start of 2025. So stay tuned, because you've yet to see what the Omniverse truly is about to become for the rest of this year going forward into the launch of a true omniversal restart of the Omniverse of Nick.